Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
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 ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
带着无敌的我。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Από τα εργαστήρια των φαρμακείων δημιουργούνται βιοτεχνίες και μικρές παραγωγικές μονάδες. Όλες οι πρώιμες προσπάθειες για τη δημιουργία μιας έστω υποτυπώδους φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας είχαν ως πρωτεργάτες επιφανείς καθηγητές της χημείας και της φαρμακευτικής. Στις αρχές του 20ου αιώνα, ελονοσία και χολέρα ταλανίζουν τη χώρα. Η παραγωγή και η διάθεση κινίνης αποτελεί διεθνούς επίπεδου πετυχημένη πρωτοποριακή ρύθμιση ενώ ο στρατός κατάφερε τη μαζική παραγωγή αντιχολερικού εμβολίου, το πρώτο βιολογικό φάρμακο κατά τη διάρκεια των Βαλκανικών πολέμων. Οι Έλληνες επιχειρηματίες τολμούν. Νέες βιομηχανίες δημιουργούνται συνεχώς. Πριν 90 χρόνια ξεκινά η δημιουργία του πρώτου σωματείου που καταλήγει στην Ένωση Ελλήνων Βιομηχάνων Φαρμακευτικών Ειδών, που διαθέτει, διαφημίζει φάρμακα και εξακολουθεί να αναπτύσσεται, έτσι ώστε κατά τον Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο επιτυγχάνεται πλήρης κάλυψη των αναγκών του στρατού και του Ελληνικού Ερυθρού Σταυρού σε θρησκεία, ενέσιμα και επιδεσμικό υλικό. Αρχές δεκαετίας του 50, με την ανασυγκρότηση του κράτους, μετονομαζόμαστε σε Ένωση Φαρμακευτικών Εργαστηρίων και θεμελιώνουμε τη νέα οικονομική φυσιογνωμία της Ελλάδας με την ανάπτυξη και τη δημιουργία της σύγχρονης φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. «1971» και καταλήγουμε στη σημερινή μας μορφή, την Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, της οποίας οι άνθρωποι ηγούνται της νέας προσπάθειας. Στοχεύουν ψηλά. Και με την ευρωπαϊκή ολοκλήρωση το 1992 πυροδοτείται η εξέλιξη. Η έρευνα και ανάπτυξη καινοτόμων φαρμάκων, η κατασκευή νέων μονάδων, ο εξυγχρονισμός γραμμών παραγωγής εντείνεται. Όπως και η αέναη προσφορά στον άνθρωπο, την κοινωνία, την επιστήμη, την οικονομία και την Ελλάδα. Όπως καταλήγει ο καθηγητής Εμμανουήλ στην ιστορία της φαρμακευτικής το 1948. Η σύγχρονος βιομηχανία των φαρμακευτικών ειδών ενίσχυσε σημαντικώς των εθνικών οικονομικών παράγοντα και επευλήθη εις των ιατρικών κόσμων, θέλει δε επιτελέσει αξιοθαύμαστους προόδους, διότι υπάρχουν τα πνευματικά και τα ηθικά κεφάλαια, αρκεί το κράτος να επιδείξει προς αυτήν στοργήν και αρρωγήν. Αυτή είναι η ιστορία μας. Αυτή είναι η Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
We are behind the transformation of DEPA into a modern, vertically integrated energy company, but also behind long-term contracts with suppliers, thus ensuring the country's energy security, and the renegotiation of contracts to secure even more favorable terms for our customers and the national economy. We are also behind curbing energy costs for households and businesses. We lead important international projects that turn Greece into a natural gas hub in Europe. We are behind a green future by investing in RES projects, green fuels, and modern gas-fired power generation. We are behind Physicon, the only nationwide network of CNG stations spreading the environmental and economic benefits of natural gas mobility across the country. We are behind everything that drives energy forward. DEPA Commercial Group.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionize the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonization, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
Hi, we are the Wilfrid Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfrid Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
People are excited about what AI will do for them. We're excited about what AI will do for business. Meet the Watson X assistants. AI designed to multiply output by automating tasks. When you Watson X your business, you can use AI assistants to help coders code faster, customer service respond quicker, and employees handle repetitive tasks in less time. Let's create AI assistants that transform business with Watson X. IBM, let's create.
Υπάρχουν πολλές δυνάμεις που κινούν τον κόσμο. Γι' αυτό και στην Ideal Holdings έχουμε δημιουργήσει με κριτήρια βιωσιμότητας ένα χαρτοφυλάκιο με διαφορετικές επιχειρήσεις, όλες όμως έχουν ένα κοινό. Δύναμη με τα πολυκαταστήματα Attica, τον απόλυτο shopping προορισμό με την Byte, μία από τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες πληροφορικής στην Ελλάδα. Με την Αστήρ Βιτόγιαννης, πολυεθνική δύναμη στην κατασκευή μεταλλικών κομμάτων και την Άντακομ, με δυναμική παρουσία στον χώρο της κυβερνοασφάλειας και των ψηφιακών υπογραφών. Ideal Holdings, ελληνική εταιρεία συμμετοχών.
Joke you broke, the love life's the only way. The wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever-changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environment.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Or it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments.
The fact that they have so much experience actually working with governments to set up these investor schemes means, A, that they understand them back to front, because they've designed many of them themselves. I mean, they're there working with the governments to create them.
Henley & Partners is really the firm that created this industry, pioneering many of these programs.
I'm not aware of any other company that has the knowledge of both sides of the equation so deeply, so intimately, that they can really claim to be experts on both sides.
That's what Henley & Partners does, and we do it very well.
Γιατί να πληρώνετε full τιμή για όλα τα μέλη της οικογένειας, όταν προσθέτοντας ένα νέο μέλος στο δικό σας πρόγραμμα, μειώνετε το κόστος? Φέρτε ένα ή περισσότερα μέλη της οικογένειάς σας και δείτε τις τιμές να πέφτουν. Nova Family προγράμματα. Πρόσθεσε νέα γραμμή με καλύτερη τιμή. Nova. Ψάχνεις για αξιόπιστη λύση ίντερνετ για το σπίτι σου? Καλώς ήρθες στο Nova 5G Home Internet. Σούπερ γρήγορο και σούπερ αξιόπιστο ίντερνετ με σούπερ απλή ενεργοποίηση. Απλά σύνδεσέ το στην πρίζα και ξεκίνα να μιλάς και να σερφάρεις όσο θες. Έλα τώρα και εσύ στο 5G Home Internet μόνο από 26 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο με την Nova.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
Why?
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Welcome to the...
Καθίστε κυρίες και κύριοι. Ξεκινούμε την τρίτη ημέρα της Στρογγυλής Τράπεζας με την ελληνική κυβέρνηση. Αν έχουμε φίλους από τις ΗΠΑ σήμερα εδώ.
Fellow Brits in the audience, it's election day, so a big day for us too. And we have also a stimulating day in our program. I just wanted to say before introducing our opening panelist, Albert Bourla, I wanted to just to mention a word of thanks for what we've been hearing over the past few days. First of all, I would like to thank all the sponsors who have supported this event,
There are many of you, I'm not going to mention them all, some of the sponsors have been with us year in, year out in what is, I think, the most extraordinary event in the region, and I'm very pleased that we're able to do it thanks to your support. I'd like to thank all of our speakers who've been fantastic, and also I think I'd like to say a special thanks for everybody who's been in the room. Despite a very crowded program, you've stayed with us and you've listened very attentively, and that makes also this event a very fruitful one. And finally, huge thanks to the Hazlitt and Rivas team, Nectaria's team. They do such an amazing job with this event. So please join me in a round of applause for. Thank you. So to start this morning, our focus in the first two sessions actually is on innovation, and we begin with Albert Bourla, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Pfizer. So Albert, please join me on the stage. Thank you. Do you want to? So welcome. It's great that you're here with us. I guess one of the best-known Greek origin chief executives in the world, and also someone who has had a remarkable role to play in recent times because of the pandemic, a very prominent role. Maybe we could start with the pandemic. We want to explore the frontiers of innovation as seen from pharmaceutical research and development. Are you confident that we have what it takes to tackle the next pandemic? Because there will surely be one.
First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation to speak here. It's a great pleasure to be among many visitors, and many of them are compatriots of me, my beautiful country of Greece. The answer to your question is scientifically, we are better prepared. But the pandemic show us that a health crisis can easily become a major political debate and major political crisis. And this has driven significantly by also the geopolitical situation that creates such a polarization in populations. So I would say no, we are not better prepared for the next pandemic, because the systems, I don't think that they learn from what happened during this pandemic the right lessons.
What should those lessons be? What, in your view, what would need to be put in place in order for us to be better prepared?
I think we need to look back and see what really helped and saved us. So what saved us was science in the hands of a private sector, but collaborated very well with academia and with regulators around the world to bring solutions.
It was remarkably fast, wasn't it? I mean, incredibly quickly.
Right?
Yeah.
So what we should then do, it is to create the conditions that if something like that happens again, God forbid, the private sector will double down even more in trying to save the world. On the contrary, what we try to do is to regulate it, to make sure that there are ideas that if a new pandemic happens, if you want to jump and create a vaccine, you need to buy the virus from the state that has originated, and also to commit that every work that you are going to do to give some commercial commitments to this. These are things that they are not going to drive many companies to repeat what we have done.
What about the collaborations between companies? Because obviously you compete, but also on vaccine, at a certain level, you also need to collaborate. And also
I think it was spectacular. I think during the crisis, all companies that are doing diagnostics, or all companies that are doing therapeutics, or companies that are doing vaccines, they had great collaboration with themselves. They had competition, which was good and healthy. Clearly, Moderna wanted to be the first one, and we wanted to be the first one. And that worked for the benefit of humanity.
Yes.
Because we were trying to bring to
But it turned out there was enough space for both of you anyway.
And turned out that it was enough space for for both of us. But the fact that during as we were doing the studies, we were publishing usually the same day the results, so that our competitors will see and learn from the mistakes, because there were a lot at stake. It was not only who wins, it was the world needs to, who survives, right?
Yes.
I think that was exemplary, the collaboration that we had.
So I'd like to look now more towards the future and explore a little bit of what excites you about the frontiers of pharmaceutical research and what sort of, well, first of all, perhaps we'll step right back, not specific diseases that you're targeting, but you were saying to me earlier that we're actually in a remarkable phase of speeded up development of scientific research in this area. What is driving that, and why should that give us hope for future treatments?
I believe we are at the cusp of a scientific renaissance, when we will see medical innovation and advancements that we didn't dream before that we could have. The reasons are because we have, not for the first time, but in a significant degree right now, the collision between advancements in biology, biological sciences, and in technology, technological science. And with the latest of them being AI, but even before AI, digital was enabling tremendous capabilities of biology.
Computing power, really?
Computing power is one of the most important that we need now that we have AI. But in drug discovery, usually takes many years because we try to discover a molecule among millions of molecules that would have the desired effect. Right now, in Pfizer, we have the ability to do billions in silico within our computers. I ask many times our scientists, does it make sense to have more billions? Because they tell me we need more computational power. And the answer is no, it's infinite, the number of molecules that you can synthesize. So yes, you need this computational power so that you can go to trillions. And then this is how you can discover medicines that they are way more effective, way safer, and in a period of time that it is a fraction of what before was taking.
And so as a pharmaceutical company, you presumably have to make decisions about where to, this is, what you're describing is an era of opportunity, but you have so many possibilities that you could explore. So how do you go about saying, well, we're going to focus on, this set of diseases or this particular set of problems?
There are multiple, as always. It's multifactorial, this decision process, but the fundamentals are, needs to be a major medical need. We go after diseases that are affecting seriously and very big parts of the population. So that's one. Now, among them, there are things that we have capabilities that will give us the right to say we can invest there and then provide a solution. And there are some others areas that we don't have in-house, those capabilities. Cancer, for example. It is an area that after COVID, we doubled down. We had a very, very competent cancer division, and we used all the cash that we generated because of our success in COVID to buy another company that has tremendous technology on cancer. Now, in our hands, with the scale of Pfizer, this new technology will deliver solutions for cancer that, as I said before, we didn't dream that we could see.
So cancer is a very big sort of umbrella word that includes a lot of specific different types of cancers, different, various varieties, some treatable, some less treatable. So where should we expect the advances? And it would be interesting to have a few examples of where advances are imminent or possible in the treatment of different sorts of cancer.
Yeah. Cancer is not one disease, as you said. There's maybe 300. And The reason why I'm very optimistic about cancer, it is because the scientists know tremendous amount of detail for each one of these 300, and they know why the cancer is created. They know that after you fight it and it disappears, while after 5 years it can do a metastasis, and we know why when you have it under control with a drug, suddenly the tumor becomes resistant to the drug and then starts growing again. I think in lung cancer, we will see significant advancements. I think in some of the most difficult cancers, like bladder, colon cancers, those are very difficult ones. We will see significant improvements going ahead. And also in blood malignancies, like lymphoma, leukemia, etc., we will see significant advancements as well.
Apart from cancer, what sorts of other diseases are you particularly focusing on right now?
Clearly, we are one of the few companies in the world that they are so good in making vaccines. So we are having vaccines for multiple respiratory diseases, and we are creating now new vaccines for pediatric use. And we are aiming to develop vaccines for diseases that we were not able until now to produce a vaccine. We are very strong in cardiovascular and metabolic diseases. We have a legacy from the Lipitor time and Norvasc times. And metabolic diseases, one of the most famous right now, it is obesity.
Yes.
So we are doing work in obesity. Again, big medical need, and we have capabilities. We know the metabolic diseases very well.
So let's move from the scientific side to the, if you like, the geopolitical side. You know, these are global, well, human issues everywhere in the world, but we face increasing barriers, I would say, around the world to both the supply chains that you might be using and the regulatory regimes that you have to deal with around the world. So how does that look from a Pfizer perspective? Is it getting worse, or is it just something you have to deal with because that's the way the world works?
Some cases worse, sometimes some cases better, and that's what we have to deal. The political situation, when it comes to geopolitics, the tensions between different nations, we tend to be immune from this type of crisis. The technology, for example.
Even for China, for example?
Even for China or Russia or all of these things. Medicines, typically, they are excluded from trade wars, barriers, etc., because they are treating diseases. So you can say a child in Iran will not receive the medicine because you have issues with the country, right? So from that aspect, we are not as affected as chips, for example. You can send chips to China. But our industry is highly regulated, as you said, and also in most countries, the government is the only customer, and in all countries, the government is the biggest customer. So who is in the government is extremely important for us.
And isn't it also the case that the government would be the owner of data that could be very useful for your research? You need to do, health data that could give you guidance as to what you're aiming for, or big data sets that you could
Usually it's not the government, but there are cases like UK, for example, they have a very good health database. Israel had a tremendous electronic medical records that you want them to provide access to them so that you can discover. But a lot of the fundamental knowledge exists either in our labs or in academia or in small biotech companies. So this is this ecosystem between big pharma, academia, and biotechs that needs to work so that you can discover new medicines. And the government regulates everything because it's highly regulated, how you exchange data, how you do clinical trials, everything. And then eventually, if you have a medicine, how you market it and what you can say and all of that. So it's extremely important to have governments that they understand the value of innovation, they understand what it takes to generate innovation, and they create the conditions so that will flourish in their countries.
So in that context, what about Greece? Obviously, you know, you're head of a global company, US-based, but you have obviously Greece is important to you culturally in your own history. How is Greece positioned to take part in this innovative ecosystem?
Setting aside the sentimental connection that I have with the country, yep. I think the country is admirable right now. Greece has scientists that they are available and they can be utilized if they are given the opportunity to work in projects. We created a major hub in Thessaloniki, Pfizer. We started thinking that we were going to make...
Was it entirely coincidence that you are from Thessaloniki? Or
entirely.
Entirely, good,
yeah.
Good, yes.
But the thing is that we started with a plan to have a hub of 200 specialized digital scientists and data scientists. Right now, we are 1,200 almost, I think.
Since how long?
Certainly more than 1,000.
When did you begin? So this
3 years ago.
Okay, so it's been very fast.
Very fast. And the reason why we have increased so dramatically is not because I'm from there. It's because we found talented people that they are working very hard and very smart, and we're very pleased with the results. Greece also, in European Union, is a major supporter of innovation. This is something that for us as an industry that it is built on our ability to innovate is extremely important. And clearly we want to make investments in countries that, as I said before, they understand what it takes to create an ecosystem of innovation. And Greece is seriously committed to do that.
Wonderful. Well, we're out of time, but I want to say that, you know, we've spent a lot of the past 2 days worrying about the trends of the geopolitics and all sorts of worrying trends that we have. But this has been an optimistic session, and I think, sorry, what are you? This has been a very optimistic session, so that's a great way, I think, to start us off for this morning, and I appreciate that, and thank you very much. Please join me in thanking you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry? Oh, thank you. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move on to our next session. Could I invite, please, our panelists, Marios Themistokleous, Ansgar Hepburn, and Nikos Maniadakis, please. Thank you. Hello. Morning. Hello. Nice to see you. Welcome. So this is in some ways a continuation of the conversation about innovation and innovation in care. We're looking very much at what to expect in the future, and also, as we were hearing right at the end, Greece. How is Greece positioned to embrace the new era of innovation? So. Marios Themistokleous, Deputy Minister of Health for Greece, could you give us your view on this starting view? Will you speak in Greek or English?
English.
Perfect.
So it's always fascinating to listen to Mr. Boulard, and I will start using a word that he used in his speech, that what is coming in the future, and he said renaissance in discoveries. So we have all to agree that innovation can bring longer, better lives, and we can achieve better lives for our citizens, for our patients, but innovation is a key driver of health expenditure. And if we see the data from the last years, and in Greece and in other countries, more than 50% of the annual increase in more than 50% of the increase in the annual cost is due to the innovation. So we have to find the ways, the processes. This is, I think, the key driver, that we will make sure that all our patients will have the medicines that they need, but we have to secure the fiscal stability of the system. And these have to take account also values, social values and preference in every place. The way to deal with that is with health technology assessment, and this with one of the biggest efforts we are doing today in Greece. So what's the situation currently in Greece is that every and any patient in Greece has access to medicine, and the medicine that need. This is not negotiable. We have different channels. We have either the normal reimbursement procedure, or we have other processes like IFET or SIP. People from the industry could understand this. And we are now in the process of reforming and restructuring all the policy regarding drugs. We are now in the reforming and actually the better way is restructuring our HTA process in order to align them with the European regulations, with the new European regulations. And we have support from TSI, DG Reform, in collaboration with WHO and local and international experts, actually to transform it from just a negotiation body that is now to the new era of assess technology according with the results and all that. So we will create in the next steps to create an innovation fund that will secure the access of all our patients to the novel technology, to the new technology, to further expand the entry agreements with AOP and all that, and in order to make sure that we have incentives for the industries. It will decrease the uncertainty for us, for the one that is paying for the drugs, but also to access the efficient way where we spend our money. So we are going to spend according to the result. We are not there right now, but this is something that we have to achieve in the next year. We are using Horizon Scan. We have to expand this in order to have a clear view what is coming and in the clinical setting and in the budget setting. And now, and I think that it's one of the first time that this is saying in the public, we agree in the reimbursement of biomarkers in order to align with the new era of personalized healthcare, biomarkers for cancer care, and we create the process that biomarkers are going to assess in order to enter the health market. So we are trying to reform, to transform, and I think the biggest question in the room is, do you have the money for that? The money that I would say that this is the first time our administration, the first time that it increased the budget for drugs. We have, generally speaking, an increase in whole health. In my portfolio, hospitals, the budget of hospital has almost $500 million more than last year. And in drugs, we have 300 million. There was a ministerial decision signed in May that allocates the 300 millions for the drugs, 80 millions for the retail, 100 for the high-cost drugs, and 120 for hospitals. And we are reforming our procedure, ECAB. ECAB is our procurement organization, which actually is a new organization. ECAB was established 10 years ago, due the years of but now it's in the process that it's a big organization. We have a new platform. The system is all digitalized, and we will be able, first of all, to give transparent to the industry and to be able to calculate the clawback real time, and this to reduce the arrears and make more sustainable the system. So there are more steps to be done, but I think that we are moving in the right direction, and in that, in order to secure that innovation, Mr. Boulad said what is coming, we have novel technology in cancer, in all other diseases, and that we have to make sure that our patient, our citizen, will have access as quickly as possible to this innovation.
So thank you, and I think you've highlighted the critical issue, which is money, but it seems to me that there's the immediate question of the money to cover the treatments and the medications that are there now. But then we just heard, you know, this extraordinary, if it is indeed a new era of innovation, and we're going to have many, many more drugs coming onto the market, the demand is just going to grow. So how do you begin to plan for presumably the explosion of need that this is going to generate as people are desperate to get access to treatments that will suddenly be available that weren't available before?
We have to assess all these new drugs, and we have to pay the drugs according to the results.
Yes.
This is the only way we can deal with that. That's why we have to improve the capacity of the health technology assessment in order to assess all this, and of course we will need more budget.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's an issue that all health systems grapple with. Greece is far from unique, of course, in this. Could I turn to you, Ansgar Hepborn, Head of Access Policy Affairs for Europe for Roche, another very big, very important pharmaceutical company. What is your perspective?
Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for the invitation. Before I start, I think we share this vision. I think we share the vision that you have laid out here, and I think we want to be part of working us towards implementing this vision, which is challenging. It's a vision that I think we see in quite a number of countries. The challenges are similar, quite nuanced in certain areas in Greece. No doubt, we do live in turbulent times. I think you mentioned and we heard about the geopolitical trends that deserve innovative answers. I think the answers of yesterday will not really address what we have in front of us. At the same time, there are exciting technological opportunities. We heard about AI specifically. They not only help us as private sector or the public sector to innovate, but I think they also carry enormous opportunities for patients, for how patients engage with the healthcare system, but also for empowering patients to approach the healthcare system with a certain demand for technological and other solutions for their challenges. Let me highlight three areas, and we heard a little bit from Albert Bohler about those. You look at the pipeline, for example, the pipeline of my company, you have a wide range of innovative medicines, but also other technologies that really need to work together to deliver the envisaged outcomes. Think of patients with rare diseases. Think of cell and gene therapy, which really offer opportunities potentially of curative outcomes here. Think of cancer medicines. Think of precision oncology in this space. I think we've achieved a lot in the past and will, based on a strong foundation, also a strong technological foundation, achieve more. I think then there are certainly there is this link to specific capabilities within the healthcare system. Without those, it's impossible to deliver the outcomes. So it can deliver on its own. I think you mentioned the access to molecular testing or to new testing opportunities. Genomic sequencing is an important foundational element of delivering these therapies. And then, of course, when you look at the geography of Greece, I think what comes to mind is the burden and cost to seek and get access to care. So this geography, I think, seems to be an important platform for tools and innovation like telehealth, telemedicine, and a new engagement for patients. I mentioned the need for combined technologies specifically. At the same time, there are fundamental challenges in the healthcare system, largely driven by an aging population. So these are many more patients on one hand. It's just a much larger number of people, often with more chronic care, chronic conditions that seek care at the same time. These are patients that grow into, or that are grown up and ultimately have probably also quite different expectations from the healthcare systems. And then I think there is a fundamental challenge here, and that's workforce shortages. It's the shortage of workforce to deliver care that all systems have to prepare for, and it has to do with the same topic, the changing demography. We talk a lot about sustainability. I think it's important. We need to grow healthcare systems in a sustainable manner. Sustainable manner for all participants. I think certainly also for industry and other sectors that, and other parts that are actively contributors to the healthcare ecosystem. In this sense, I think standing still is clearly not an option. It looks sustainable if you stand still and try to maintain. I think we need to evolve and we need to create these correlated complementary capabilities of the healthcare system to fully embrace technology and innovation. Innovation not only comes in the form of new outcomes, new opportunities, but I think also there has to happen a lot from within the health system in terms of process innovation, how we deliver care. So how do we bring this all together? I think it's just 4 areas probably that I highlight. We may have a chance to go to this more in detail. I think you mentioned the need to address the structurally underfunding of the healthcare system. When you compare Greece with the rest of Europe, I think per capita expenditure is less than half of that of the average in Europe. When you think of the accessibility of drugs, out of the 160 drugs that were newly approved in Europe during the last 4 years, about half are accessible in Greece, which is an average position. But certainly, I think there is an ambition to reach for a higher level. I think we need to address inefficiency in healthcare systems. The OECD considers this a major source to also reallocate and fund innovation. I think we heard a lot about HTA, horizon scanning, the opportunity of a new way to assess in a collaborative manner health technologies to allow an earlier start for the adoption of health technology. I think a specific challenge here for us is the idea to wait for 5 other countries that first have to positively decide before the process can reach a certain stage in Greece. I think that's something that the European Union wants to overcome with the EU HTA regulation. Same starting point, very early for the adoption. And maybe my last point here, I think we need not only our innovation, the innovation of the industry, of companies like Roche or Pfizer. It needs also that we unlock the innovative potential from within the healthcare system. We need the many people, the many individuals in the system to reconfigure how outcomes, how healthcare is delivered. We need their capacity to be part of this. And I think together with the private sector, we can introduce and use reforms that will ultimately help to realize efficiency in care. And I mentioned this, Roche, this innovative industry wants to be part of this surge journey.
Thank you very much. I think I take from this, we've heard, of course, the critical question of money, but what you've brought to the table is that it's not just money, it's a whole ecosystem. The innovation has to go throughout the ecosystem. But my question to you is, I mean, it sounds, and of course is, terribly sensible, but it's also terribly hard, right, to get these systems to change. These are quite entrenched systems, not a bad thing that they operate on very established processes, but they're not used to responding with the speed of innovation today. So how do you speed up the innovation in all these related systems? Perhaps you could, if there were 1 or 2 things that you think would really help there.
Yes, I think one element is certainly planning ahead. I think we have an understanding, and together we certainly have an understanding of the innovation that's coming. So in this large cloud of innovative opportunities, we need to pick early opportunities. And we are in the European Union. We have these collaborative opportunities, non-legislative health system strengthening initiative. Horizon scanning is this term, which also belongs to this HTA space. I think this is an important element.
Great. Well, Nikos Maniadakis, professor at the University of West Africa. You're going to solve all these problems for us, I hope, from a...
No, regulators will solve the problems. As it was pointed out by the CEO of Pfizer, it's a highly regulated industry. So whether everything that happens is around, policy, health regulation. And this discussion now has been going on forever, and it will continue forever. It's a moving target. There are two major underlying trends. One is we live longer, thank God to technology. Every 10 years, we gain 1 year of life expectancy. We have an aging population that will be consuming more and more of healthcare resources. And on the other hand, we have the technology sector. It's not only about pharmaceuticals, medical devices, equipment. Lots of different technologies are coming now to change the landscape, and that's for a good reason. So this is putting a lot of stress on the economics of all countries. Regardless of where you go, there is a major issue how to fund healthcare, how to use these funds efficiently, and how to allocate the funds in a way that will maximize return on investment for the people. And as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to pharmaceuticals, which is the topic of today's debate, there are three major pillars which must be really designed well and regulated well. One is the financing, how you should be financing, what sort of resources you should be directing to healthcare and pharmaceuticals. The second is pricing and reimbursement, what we call access to the people. And the third very important issue is how you use the technology in the healthcare system in a way that is efficient, is maximizing outcome for the investment it takes place. And in that light, I will share with you a couple of thoughts and stress some of the things that Marios said before. First of all, when it comes to financing, Greece is coming out of an era of economic crisis. You've been here before in this event. You've been discussing the financial issue. I think that, as it was pointed out, the healthcare system and the pharmaceuticals are underfinanced. The government needs to think again how they will pool resources to direct them to healthcare and pharmaceuticals. And also there is an imbalance between public and private financing in Greece, so this needs to be corrected because it creates equity issues. And things like, horizon scanning, the government and the healthcare system needs to know, what's coming out there, how they're going to find ways earlier on to finance new innovation, what's going to be the budget for the next few years, and how it's going to be split in between public and private sector. So that's another one area that the government is working and the ministry is working, and it needs to improve further. The other one is pricing and investment. So Greece has an external price reference system. That's why it's relying a lot on health technology assessment. And as it was pointed out, some of the things that prevail from previous decade they need to be abolished. For instance, the reference to 5 other countries, once something's reimbursed in 5 other countries, then it actually can be reimbursed here. That needs to be abolished. Since we have an organization now, an HTA, the government has started a huge initiative on HTA. There is a European also initiative which we can rely on it. So some of these delay factors can be taken out of the system. And I must say, as far as health technology assessment is concerned as well, there needs to be a reward for value. Right now, there is no reward for value. There is a technology assessment, but then the manufacturers, they have to start giving extra rebates and discount on top of what is being given already. So basically, this is not really an environment where innovation, better outcomes are being rewarded, and this needs to be reconsidered. And the final thing is how we use technology. Utilization has a great impact on health outcomes as well as on the economics of the system. And as it was pointed out by the previous speaker, we need to be holistic. We need to understand that pharmaceuticals are part of the healthcare delivery equation. There are many areas where we can deliver efficiency by better using of resources and better use of pharmaceuticals. And so basically, we need to use all the data that the system is generating. We need to be innovative in the way we organize healthcare and basically collect the data and, as it was pointed out by the minister, reward outcomes, reward better outcomes by introducing outcome-based agreements, risk-sharing agreements into the system so that we direct the money where we get better outcomes. The government and the minister is working in the last couple of years in that direction, and I'm sure that they will accelerate this effort and they will deliver more value for money and better access to innovation in Greece.
Thank you. Very helpful and lots of good ideas there. Also, I thank you for pointing out that the stresses on the system are happening for fundamentally positive reasons, that people are living longer and the technology is becoming available. So the good news is generating all the problems, as it were. Our time is very short, but I wonder if I could do one round of comment from you on, I suppose, the European dimension of all this, because there's both, and some of your remarks have touched on this, but there should be opportunities of the fact that Greece is part of a European Union, both to learn from other countries and to benefit from all the work that goes on in those countries. And there's a danger that in healthcare systems especially, there is a kind of inward-looking obsession with one's own system, whereas in fact at the European level, there is much to be learned. So if I could ask each of you very briefly to say what lessons you think, or in what ways the European dimension could help Greece. Maybe, well, actually, maybe go in reverse order. Why don't you start, and then we...
I have the experience, actually, of being involved in the design of reforms during the crisis. And every tool we used to improve the efficiency of the healthcare system came from the European experience. So there are, in the organization of hospitals, in the financing, right now, for instance, we introduced a DRG system that we borrow from Germany. So there is so much knowledge, experience, expertise, successful ideas that have been implemented around in the European systems. So we can learn and adapt these best practices to our system.
Do you think that Greece is doing enough, and it wouldn't just apply to Greece, are countries around Europe doing enough to do that, to learn from other partners, or is it?
There aren't. There are certain areas where the European Commission is driving developments. For instance, HTA is an area, it's a particular example. But I think there is so much to learn. We're not doing that very well, but there is so much to learn from others and share, learn, and apply best practices from one healthcare system to the other.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think there is definitely a European sphere, there's opportunities, but too often I think there's focus on legislative initiatives, legislative measures that often use the wrong instruments. The ultimate responsibility for healthcare systems in Europe is within the countries. So it's there, and I think we need to really seek from there this collaborative input and advice. I think we need to ensure that we have exchange at all levels. We need to use, of course, the regulatory opportunities. There is this HTA regulation, which is important, but there are many other programs where it's more about sharing expertise, benchmarking own practices, and to learn and research for new things where we can really collaborate between countries and use best practice. I think it's important. Greece is on the right path, for sure, to seek for these solutions. There's no country best practice. So if you would have asked, it's hard to say. I'm from Germany, which is really struggling with healthcare reform, for sure. So I think using these non-legislative health system strengthening initiatives and to engage at all levels at a European collaborative platform for system advantages, I think is critically important.
Very good.
Yeah, we'll have to take the good and the best practice in other countries and to adapt them, and we have to be in collaboration. Mr. Maniadakis said we are now, with the contribution of European Commission, the DG reform, trying to restructure our HTA process. But as already said, all countries are struggling in the health system. And Greece is, although is under funding, we have to say that our patients have access to novel technologies. And we are in some areas, for example, in oncological medicine, we are above the average European in innovation. For example, in the years 2019, 2022, 70% of the new drugs for cancer, they were available to our patient, which this is much better than the average European. But sure, our system needs reform. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. We could see what's going on in other countries. They have HTA that is working long years now, and it's not working as just negotiation with the industry. And we have to adapt this best practice in our country as well.
Very good. Well, I think that's where we have to draw this to a close. But I draw from this 3 E's, in fact. Euros, there's the money question. Ecosystems, there's bringing everything together. But there's also some easy wins, quick wins to be had from some things that could simplify the system, streamline the system. And we've heard some very good ideas about that. So thank you very much, all of you, for a very stimulating and constructive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was great. Really great. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I now hand over to Alistair Ross to take you through the next session. Alistair.
Neil. Good morning, everybody. So on we go. A quick change of topic. We're going to be talking now about online gaming, a relatively small but very fast-growing and important sector here in Greece. We have a great panel to help us discover some of the interesting aspects of this area. First up, we have Panos Alexandris, who's the Secretary General of Justice at the Ministry of Justice here in Greece. Please come and join me. We have Dimitrios Papadopoulos, who's the Chief Operation Officer at Hellenic Gaming Commission, and Christos Panagopoulos, who is the President of the Hellenic Gaming Association. Hiya. Please join us, gentlemen. Please take a seat, Minister. Do we have Dimitrios and Christos? Are you here with us? Okay. Well, while they get themselves up here to join us, I have to say I'm sort of intrigued that the minister that we have to join us on this panel is from the Ministry of Justice.
Yes.
They
replaced him.
Yeah.
General Secretary today.
But that tells you something, I think, about where this sector sits in the overall business ecosystem in Greece and possibly globally. But I'll let you take us away, give us your initial thoughts on this area of online gaming.
Mm-hmm.
So
I will make in my native language. In
yes,
Greek.
of course, of course. I'll just put my
yes,
translators on.
You're entitled to.
Okay, please go ahead.
Initially, this online gaming area is interesting because it's an economic activity provided by law, protected by law, and should always be exercised legally. The legal framework is there since 2011. It frames the requirements of the operation, the characteristics of the companies, and the Ministry of Justice and other ministries, the Ministry of Development and the Protection of Citizen Ministry are interested to protect the vulnerable groups that are that are involved in online gaming. They focus on minors so as not to be addicted. They generally try to prevent addiction because this is an issue, a difficult issue to cope with. Even with the strategy we follow, even the companies that operate in Greece, they warn those who participate in this gaming how legally participate. There are some monetary limits that cannot be exceeded. All credit means are done through the identification of persons. There is no limitless gaming. And there is always a very strict legislation for those that illegally operate companies of this profile. So, if this is enough to prevent the operation of illegal gaming, which is not a Greek phenomenon but a global one, it is something that creates problems since we live in a borderless world and we need to protect this notion of freedom of trade. On the other hand, we need to protect the weak link, the citizens and the participants in these kinds of games. I would say that for legal participation via legal ways, addiction is not prevented. To give you an example, it is like cigarettes. You buy the packet of cigarettes and you see a message about lung cancers. For me, who is not a smoker, I'm shocked. But those who are smokers, even though they see this ad about lung cancer, they continue smoking. So we need to prevent addiction. This is the main thing. And the most important is how to prevent illegal online gaming, since the internet is quite extensive. These are my first views.
It's like quite a substantial task holding back the internet. Many have tried, many have failed, so good luck with that. But just, you mentioned the importance of trying to prevent addiction. Could you give us a sense of scale of how prevalent addiction is to gaming in Greece?
Δεν μπορώ να σας πω ότι υπάρχει...
I cannot give you a very clear picture of the prevalence and the number of people who play, but the use of these means is extremely popular amongst the youngster. Okay, when we talk about the legal system, it's okay because we have the checks and balances to protect people, there are limits set, etc. When we have a huge problem is when we use mobile phones, for instance, when it comes to illegal online gaming. In this case, you can control nothing, you can check nothing, and you cannot perceive the size of the problem, the volume of the problem, and I have the impression that the money, let's say, moved in this illegal online gaming world is more than 1 billion euros. Because, you know, legal gaming means it is taxed, it is controlled, it is checked, taxes are paid, etc. So perhaps we should add some interesting thoughts that our interlocutors will consider also, is how we can control that in a coordinated way. How can we at least intimidate those who create the problem?
Before I move on to our industry representatives, I've just one small question that I wanted to clarify with you. Is there any other industry that has this, where the Ministry of Justice has this amount of intervention, this amount of supervision, oversight, where your role is as important as it is in the online gaming industry?
Θα σας έλεγα ότι είναι πάρα πολλά εκείνα στο οποίο έχει αναγκαστικά
I would say that the Ministry of Justice supervises many areas and fields, but especially in the case of online gaming, it matters more to exercise control, the control or the checks exercised by the Ministry of Development and the Greek IRS, as we say. This is the independent authority for revenues that has to carry out these inspections. The Ministry of Justice intervenes through the judicial system, through the prosecutors. Of course, they are independent. We cannot instruct the judicial system. We just build the general legal framework. It is up to the judicial system to decide how to move. And another tool at our disposal is the anti-money laundering authority. We have a retired supreme judge, senior judge presiding, and this authority, whenever there is whenever there is some black money involved, we can immediately confiscate the assets. But when it comes to illegal online gaming, how can we find them? Because they have no establishment in Greece, they have no assets, they have no property, they have nothing. So you're actually trying to arrest a ghost. But in other cases, justice mainly deals with organized crime. Okay, in this particular area, we play a very important role when it comes to find them and arrest them, because the policing part has to do with the Ministry of Civil Protection, the protection of the citizens and public order. So their minister helps, our ministry, helps the judicial system to do their job. We're not allowed to tell the judicial system how to do their job. We can help them do their job. If we start telling them what to do, then we have violated our role.
Gentlemen, your industry is substantial. It's very popular for good reason. It's entertaining, it's engaging, it's exciting, and it's growing quite quickly. But it is vulnerable to some elements of criminality. It is tied into some risks of addiction. So this is a hard area in which to do business responsibly, and I know that both of your roles are about ensuring responsible business. So I want to hand over to you to give us your overview on how this business is working, where the challenges are, and what you're doing about them. Perhaps let's start with you, and what I'd love you to do is, we're not talking about esports really, we're talking about online gambling. So perhaps you could just scope out for us a little bit what the industry is, what it includes, how big it is, how quickly it's growing, and then give us your thoughts on where we are.
So this market, the online gaming market, was born, let's say, from, actually I will give you statistics from 2019 onwards, because the online operators in Greece, the companies operating in Greece, have been here since 2013. They started their operations in 2019. So since 2019, their profits almost doubled. Of course, COVID played a role in that, because of the lockdown. People could not visit, casinos or agencies for a long time, so they couldn't physically visit these places. But the dynamics is here. It remains until today. Given also that casinos and lotteries and agencies, the physical premises, have a very specific monopoly concession. But now they're back to business, back to the 2019 levels of turnover. So from 2020 onwards, we have a boost we have had a boost of the online gaming market. The licensing of companies helped a lot, of course, given that now the legal framework is fully regulated. Players feel safer, feel that these operators are trustworthy. And of course, the companies themselves invested more in new technologies, in new games, in new forms of gaming. Of course, the risks that the Secretary General mentioned and the ones you just highlighted remain, especially in two dimensions. And of course, they are interrelated with gaming itself. And in this particular case, with online gaming. So, addiction. In our case, we call it a player who has a problematic gaming behavior. That's how we define it. He or she is not addicted, but he or she is facing a high risk of addiction. And B, illegal online gaming. The first case, the behavior. This is something you can have in both networks, legal networks, a legal network and illegal one. In the case of the illegal network, there is a volume of approximately 1 billion euros of turnover. I'm talking about the illegal online gaming network. We cannot know what their profits are exactly. We have made a research, and 1 out of 10 players does use illegal online operating platforms, and they violate our checks and balances, web blocking, speed blocking, because we have a blacklist of operators which we publish and we renew every now and then after our inspections and the controls we carry out. I also believe that a major issue with respect to the illegal network is the issue of content dissemination, illegal content dissemination, and all sophisticated means of communication may help in that. For instance, we have a main issue with, of course, the web, the internet, and the mobile devices. We have a lot of mobile apps for the illegal dissemination of content. We have huge problems there with the mobile apps. We have other problems that are linked to the philosophy of gaming. For instance, we have some games that are entertaining, purely entertaining, but their graphics and the software engine and how the results are produced look like a gaming system. It's like a preliminary, a preamble for the minors to get into the online gaming world, which is, of course, this also includes gambling. And we have the ads in apps, advertisements in apps. So normally, this is the way for them to overcome our prohibitions and checks and balances. In this particular regard, the major content providers have a huge responsibility. This is an international problem, okay? It's not a Greek problem only. Perhaps at the European level, we should consider, tackling this problem so that there is some kind of proper alignment and coordination for the prohibitions we enforce. And of course, talking about addiction, according to recent surveys, I'm talking about 2023, those who consider themselves to be addicted, because this is, as you understand, the outcome of a self-assessment, we have the international PSTI indicator, which is a very famous indicator built in order to measure the level of problematic gaming behavior of a certain individual. We assess that 1.5 to 2% of the users are addicted. Currently, we have 900,000 verified IDs in Greece, and we have 19 operators, out of which 15 are active. These 4 companies, by the end of the year, will launch their operations. There will be 1 more to be licensed by the end of the year. So in total, we're going to have 20 online gaming operators, and these 15 companies currently active host 900,000 IDs. Out of these players, 1.5% consider themselves to be addicted. Not in the sense of problematic behavior, What do I mean? We try to come up with tools so we can better evaluate a player's behavior. This is so because as a committee, we have access to the transactional data of players in an anonymized basis, of course, but we do have access. So currently we process data using an AI-enabled tool. This tool is developed together with the Danish company MindWin. It's a leader in this field. So we can classify certain behaviors and patterns and sort them according to the risk of addiction they face. So these tools will be used in the future so we can better update and inform the players about the risks, and also let the licensed operators know so they can also handle those specific groups of players in a more constructive and in a more supportive way in order to become untrapped, let's say, to get out of the trap of addiction. So one thing is to identify the problem, to detect the problem, and the other thing is to have structures supporting a true player who faces addiction and needs some help. We have some structures in Greece, like KETHEA, the Center for People with Addictions, freely translated, but I think it takes a coordinated utilization of the private and public capabilities would be the ideal solution, as it is the case in other countries, so we can have support structures that substantially support players to get out of this trap.
Mr. Panagopoulos, first of all, can you clarify the difference between your two organizations? Because one of you is the Hellenic Gaming Commission and the other one is the Hellenic Gaming Association.
The Commission is a state
okay, you're the regulator and you represent the industry players. Okay, yes. I've got it. So your thoughts, please.
About addiction or about the market you want me to talk about?
First one, so something about the dimension of the market that you represent.
We are very glad that we are here. Thank you for hosting us in this roundtable. It's our second time. In my presentation, I mentioned last year that online gaming is a success story in Greece. I want to confirm the upward trend of the sector. Gross gaming revenue, GGR, from 738 million euros in 2022 is 868 million in 2023, an increase of 15%, whereas the first quarter of 2024 GGR is 314 million compared to 291 the similar quarter of 2022. So we see an increase of 8% this current year, which will be maintained until the end of this year. As the General Secretary said, we have already 19 licensed companies. It will be 20, 15 operate already. We have started with 15, so that means that more companies are added. This is an indicator that the market grows. They employ, all these companies, around 6,000 employees, well paid for Greek conditions, in state-of-the-art technology and customer management. The perspective in discussions we had with Mr. Papadopoulos, there are two fields that are interesting. if we have a close cooperation with the state, the first is to create in our country a hub for development of new technologies. We have delayed in that. The result is that other countries have gained ground, even though that Greek gaming is quite popular globally and exported. In order to gain this lost ground, we need regulations from the state, improvement of internet speeds, and incentives, of course.
Precisely.
Hub. We are talking about a technological hub. What do we have in technological hub? You bring new scientists from all over Europe, all over the world, and you develop new techniques, new games. So probably with artificial intelligence that could help. But this is a huge industry that employs hundreds of young people. They are technicians, engineers in Israel, Romania, UK. Why not in Greece, which is one of the most developed markets in gaming? At least at the European level. This is first one. In order to gain the lost ground, we need to cooperate with the state and give incentives to the existing players of the market. And the second field, which is much easier, we need the assistance of the state to create live studios that also brings new employees, live studios for casino games that you can build them here and offer them globally. You create a studio with 12 employees and you give this game not only in Greece and Europe but everywhere. These are two things that can be done. Our growth is not a bed of roses. One of the big problems is overtaxation. I will tell you, not to tire you, that in 2023, in 868 GGR that we mentioned, the tax was 303 million for the gaming tax and 261 for the players tax. We have it in Greece. I don't know if there is elsewhere. The players that earn money, they have to pay a tax before they get it. So in total, we talk about 560 million tax in 800 plus revenues of GGR. So we talk about a taxation of 60% plus, and this needs to be corrected. We haven't included here that we pay 7 million taxation to have the license. And at the end of the year, we have the corporate tax to pay. In other words, what I mean to say, and we have discussed it with the Secretary General, gaming, and I say that to the General Secretary of Justice, gaming is not cigarettes, neither cigarettes nor alcohol. It doesn't affect health, so we overtax it because it's to the detriment of health and because the cost of health increases. Gaming is
γιατί ουσιαστικά η φορολόγησή μας
entertainment, so we cannot overtax it. We need to understand that, and especially the state, and find ways to alleviate these taxes and to decrease, not at this phase, because the state needs taxation because it needs revenues, but in the new year, probably we could correct at least the players' tax. What is the consequences of overtaxation? Illegal online gaming is a result, which is
do have to move on, so we've got to keep our time short. And I want to give. I know you've had conversations with the General Secretary, and I wanted to just give you an opportunity briefly to respond to the specific appeals that we've heard from the association, but also the general conversation that you've been having. Gaming isn't cigarettes or alcohol. Is that right? Do you need to adjust your approach to the sector in order to encourage its growth?
Ναι, πολύ σύντομα θα απαντήσω. Είναι προφανές.
It is evident that legal online gaming can offer entertainment. So if it can offer entertainment, can not be misunderstood as alcohol or cigarettes. It is a protected activity that is part of the market. With regard to addiction, I want to say the following without that meaning that I disagree with what Mr. Panagopoulos said, that it is an entertainment. Yes, it is an entertainment to the degree that you can, via measures mentioned by Mr. Papadopoulos, to control and prevent addiction. Because if you become addicted to game, I don't know what can kill you faster. Everything can kill you and make you sick if you lose your wealth or your fortune because of the addiction. That creates collateral damage to all your life. If someone can see that just as an entertainment, that you stop it and you repeat it whenever you want without being addicted. Have we managed that though? Can we do that to the degree we wish? These are open questions. If you allow me a minute.
So please.
Okay.
The problem exists everywhere. The smokers are smokers. The gamers are gamers in all networks. But it's more difficult to play in illegal online games because these who are illegal don't take care of their players, so they try to take advantage of them. As Mr. Panagopoulos said, when the player has to pay taxes, they opt for illegal online gaming where they don't pay. So that makes things difficult for the legal companies and for the players. In addition, the Gaming Association has introduced very strict rules to avoid addiction, identification of players, self-restriction buttons, identification of minors. The committee and the association has imposed a lot of regulations. Thank you.
This is a conversation that is going to continue. Unfortunately, in our half hour, we haven't resolved everything. Surprise, surprise. But we have at least scratched the surface and got a better understanding, I think, of the profile of this industry and its regulation. So please join me in thanking an excellent panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I had to cut everything so short. Okay, so we move along to our next panel where we broaden out a little. Well, not a little, we broaden out a lot. We're talking about enhancing the business environment through growth, stability, and cooperation. And this is going to be another interesting panel where we're going to struggle to keep everybody to time, but we'll do our best. So let me invite up for this panel Makis Voridis, who's the Minister of State for Greece, Deborah Wynne-Smith, who's the President of the United States Council on Competitiveness, and some leaders from industry, including Dimitris Chanis, Thomas Sokas, and Nikos Papadoglou, who we will introduce into the conversation as the opportunity arises. Nice to see you again. Take a seat, please. You know what? I'm going to move you back slightly because I can't see everyone. There we go. Up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can speak in Greek.
You can speak in Greek because we've got the wonderful services of our interpreters. So let's kick off straight away. Greece has a productivity problem, and I come from the UK, so if I see a productivity problem here, there is one. I think your productivity is some distance below the European average. There's a lot of work to do to catch up. We've got three very different industries with us, and we'll hear from you. But first of all, I'd like to hand over to you and get your thoughts, please, on how we enhance the business environment here in Greece.
Let me tell you, I think we have done already quite some things in order to improve things. We've done that in our first term and during the first year of our second term. We have had to tackle many, many issues. The most critical ones have been handled, and I think this relates to our panel discussion. The main problems have to do with the fact that we needed a stable environment. We had to minimize the so-called political risk, which is related to business operations, and of course stability was the prerequisite. And the next thing was to have a relation of trust with businesses, because we have been through many, many things in this country in the previous period. I think these two things have been achieved. And this is an important part of the success in this last period and the big steps forward of our country in all KPIs. Now, there are issues we have to take the extra mile in order to improve our productivity. I believe that the fact that we have a set of measures enforced in order to standardize the labor market are important. What we just did we just passed a law including provisions by means of which the so-called gray labor or black labor will be turned into white, while at the same time being agile in the labor relations we support. The second point had to do with the banking system. We used to have a banking system that went through difficult circumstances. Currently, the banking system seems to be stable, but on the other hand, we have to support their competitiveness because there is a huge difference, a huge spread, the so-called interest spread between the interest rates for loans and for deposits, and plus the charges by the banks, which is a huge burden for businesses. Other cost-related factors had also to be mitigated and improved. For instance, energy costs. The transactional cost, actually the cost when doing business with the public sector, used to be a big issue, and we have improved that through a very rapid digitalization wave of all services offered by the public administration. So many things did happen. We have a long way ahead in order to further improve the business sentiment, and there have been reforms supporting competitiveness and lifting barriers, obstacles for businesses to become active in the market. So I think many things we have done in the first 4 years. Many things are left to be done in the second 4 years, but I think that we have earned the vote of trust by both investors. This is evident in the FDI rate, and they feel that this government has 3 clear full years to work, and we are dedicated and focused on attracting investments. And at the same time, we have a two-way relationship with businesses. We keep on asking them, what do you need us to do in order for you to operate more efficiently, more safely in Greece? So I think that we are on the right track, and this is how we will continue.
The judgment of our industry panelists, as I'm sure you are. But before we do, Deborah, let's widen this out a bit. This productivity challenge isn't just a Greek problem. It's in much of the Western world, in our economies, perhaps slightly less in America, but we are facing a challenge on the productivity front. Your thoughts, please, from an American perspective.
Well, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm delighted you started our discussion about productivity, because at the end of the day, that is what we really have to not only grow and sustain, but we have to really identify what are going to be the drivers of productivity going forward in this time of profound turbulence, transition, and transformation. And in the United States, you know, we had a great wave of productivity with the digital revolution, beginning of the 21st century. Our companies were very agile and quick in adapting the first wave of the digital transformation, coupled with the fact that we had a regulatory environment in the United States that both enabled and encouraged the adoption of that technology. But in recent years, as you mentioned, we've had also a decline in productivity, not anywhere on the scale and scope of Europe. You know, between 1996 and 2023, the Eurozone's productivity gap is about 3.2% greater than the US, and in the total EU, it's 2.2%. So that's a very significant gap in productivity. But how do we get to this new wave of productivity that's going to, one, deliver a higher standard of living, drive economic growth, and of course ensure a higher standard of living for our citizens, which is what competitiveness is all about. So, you know, one of the things I want to share with everyone is, I love the title of our conference, but I'd like to just adjust the words a little bit. We're saying spiraling through the conflicts in search of opportunities. I would say it's spiraling through the transformations to seize the opportunities. Because we're living now in just an incredible opportunity-rich environment. These technological revolutions. We heard about yesterday AI at great depth, and that was a fantastic discussion. But it's way beyond that. You know, it's this convergence of the digital, the biotech, the nanotech, the cognitive revolutions, and they're all converging and colliding, and they're creating unprecedented opportunities for new products, new services, new ways to live, and they're all dual use. This is very important. All of these productivity challenges, as well as having a huge economic impact on how we live and grow and develop value to our citizens, have huge implications for national security. So what are some of the issues? What are some of the things we need to do, both in the EU and Greece, the United States, to unleash the new wave of productivity? The first, I think, is to recognize that at the end of the day, it's the private sector enterprises that create growth. They create value. And government's responsibility is to shape this enabling environment for innovation and for competitiveness. And that starts really with reaching this right balance, Alistair, between regulation and unleashing innovation. In the US, I'm sure many in this room perhaps believe we're maybe not as strong on the regulatory side as you are in the EU, but we think that having a very flexible, tempered regulatory environment coupled to a flexible workforce enables our companies to pivot, to take new organizational structures, to really redesign their business practices in a way that they can seize these opportunities. So the regulatory environment, we heard this yesterday on the AI discussion, is, in my view, and I think others, too rigid and too controlling. And even on AI, you know, having regulations this early to control that evolution of this game. I mean, it's just an exponential technology that we're dealing with. We think it's too rigid. And the other thing I want to share on the regulatory environment and how it relates to productivity is that I was really kind of stunned yesterday to realize that in Europe, rich, large, and particularly Greece, but we heard this, there is no production capacity for generic pharmaceuticals. And hearing that was shocking to me because at the end of the day, you have to make things. You can't just be, working in software and services. You have to make things, and not to be able to make generic pharmaceuticals at scale today was kind of shocking to me. And what I learned was that so much of that was because of the regulatory environment. And then, of course, the other ingredient for unleashing productivity and the investment, and we'll talk more about this, is having what I would call an innovation-friendly capital and tax structure, ensuring that you can unleash private capital to invest in very risky ventures. So having a tax system that is not punitive, but also provides some incentives that are fair and transparent, is also a foundational base that governments have a real responsibility to set. So one example of this, finally in the United States, it was actually in the Trump administration, we were able to get a territorial tax system so that we could repatriate profits without double taxation. So the productivity wave is going to be driven by these technologies. We have to have governments that are going to help create the environment, regulatory, tax, and we need, and I hope we'll talk about this, radical collaboration, new models, new partnerships, new alliances to build on the productivity opportunity. Seize the opportunity.
Excellent. Well, I'd like to come back to the Minister if we get the chance a little later to address this issue of the gap between approaches between the US regulatory environment and the European regulatory environment, which is a very striking one. So you can get thinking about that. But before we do, let's move along to our business representatives. As I said, very diverse. We've got construction, we've got payments, and we've got gaming. So we've got quite a range here of diggers and virtual businesses. It does feel, as Deborah says, it does feel that there's so much going on at the moment that in terms of innovation. We're not just with AI, but in so many other areas. This must equal opportunity. You must see opportunity out there. Particularly in Greece, where the economy is doing relatively well in a regional context. So tell us your thoughts then about what you need in order to turn these opportunities into real business, real businesses. Go ahead.
Καλημέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
Thank you for the invitation. The topic is timely and concerns the challenges we were invited to face all these past years. In our group Iraklis, innovation and growth were the pillars on which we based our strategy for 2025. And a mother company, Holcim, trusts the affiliate in Greece, and we can see that with the investment plan we have implemented. Since 2019 to 2023, we have invested in the country 170 million euros to upgrade our installations so as to fulfill our roadmap for decarbonization in the industry of cement. We have invested in entering new market and grow our activities in inert materials and concrete. From 2024 to 2027, we plan to invest in our country 600 million euros in respective actions that have to do with the increase of our competitiveness and maintain our leadership in sustainability and innovation. two or three comments in increasing our competitiveness and growth. In the last 3 years, we bought out, in these past years, we bought out Halips, another company in Greece in concrete. In 2023, we bought out the biggest independent player in concrete. And in 2024, we introduced our first in waste management recycling. We bought or acquired water cycling, which allows us to produce recycled material and be in the secondary fuels market. We manage 3 factories lately with 150 million tons of urban waste management. So we introduce new green concrete production factories, and the flagship of those is one in the Hellenikon for this big project. When we focus on innovation and sustainability, the investment, which is the most important of all, is our investment for full transformation of the cement factory we have in Aliveri in Evia, aiming at zero carbon footprint. 350 million were invested. It has been financed by Innovation Fund of the EU with 130 million euros, and the aim is to have net zero carbon of the factory. Our goal there is at the end of 2028, 1 million tons of CO2 that are emitted yearly from the factory to become zero, and at the end of 2028 to be able to say that we produce the first ton of cement in the country, which is green, totally green, with zero CO2. This is an important action, a very important investment that comes to complement other actions and investments that have taken place over these past years and will take place in the next years to replace raw material with alternative materials and alternative fuel. This is our first approach concerning what we do in this ever-changing environment.
A little bit about how you could go faster, what it is that stops you from expanding faster. I doubt we will have time, but just in case. Let's move on to Thomas Sokas from Windmasters.
Good afternoon. In Greece, we say, if you don't praise your house, it will fall on your head. So I will say a few words about Greece.
Become a beacon of stability and growth, capitalizing on the political and cultural reforms that this government is imposing. But we're not here to speak and rest on our laurels, but not to discuss the fundamentals that have been achieved the last 6 years, but rather discuss what can we improve, and not about gaming, but in general about the economy. It is essential to improve access to capital for local and international investments seeking to invest in Greece, especially for mid-sized corporations that are historically the principal drivers and employers of the Greek economy. Enhance and ensure easy-to-attain tax incentives. Ensure investment incentives, including reducing bureaucracy and red tape that historically the government is the Greek economy is suffering from. And a very important area that we need to see is brain regain, along with efforts to link education with real market needs. Allow me to elaborate. In Greece, the banking system is one-way street for financing, attributing 95% of the total finance projects. where the European average is on 80%, and the United States, approximately 50%. Currently, all private and state funding is going through the Greek, it's funneled through the Greek banking system, which is certainly not ideal when taking into consideration the following adverse factors. Cost of money. Greece is suffering from cost of money. Cost of money in Greece is hovering at 6%, where besides the message from the Eurozone to reduce. From studies that are done on EIF, financial index, small and medium enterprises in Greece face one of the highest borrowing rates. I mentioned it before, 6%, where the European average is around 4.5%. On top of that, domestic entrepreneurs experiencing possibly the lowest access to capital in Eurozone. More specifically, the net banking flow the last 10 months has been reduced. Hence, the role of the government, it's pivotal. We need to encourage the banks to reduce their lending rates and fuel the Greek economy. In addition, the minimal presence of alternative financing in Greece, such as investment companies, private equity funds, pension funds, that are not present in Greece, are hindering the propensity of the Greek government, of the Greek economy to grow. Thus, it is essential to enhance the role of the Recovery Fund and the Hellenic Development Bank that already exists, and develop programs that will co-finance, together with the banks, investments in Greece. Investment incentives are also pivotal. Yes, there is a new development law that is helping. The new development law will, hypothetically, and I believe it will, speed up evaluation and approval procedures. The state has also created various instruments to boost investment activity, such as the Hellenic Development Bank I mentioned before, and the entrepreneurship funds. In addition, NSRF, ESPA, for the Greek speakers, is providing additional capital besides its shortcomings in terms of scope and delays. You must understand how pivotal is the government and the collaboration with the banks. As the framework is put in place, we need to focus on fundamental shortcomings of the Greek economy, which the government does, but we need to enhance it further, which is the minimization of red tape, the enhancement of transparency, that is a work in progress, but most importantly, it's something that I mentioned to the minister before, is time to market. We need to ensure that these investment incentives are reaching a wide number of companies in a timely manner. If I have 2 minutes later on, I will mention one very important area, which is the education. Because if we want to change our production model, we need to change our education model. We need to start producing diplomas and focus on producing experts that will be hired in the real economy.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Nikos Papadoglou, Nexi, tell us your thoughts.
Okay, let me finish from where Thomas left us and try to maybe wrap up the first session. Obviously, a lot of things were heard. We are in the payments industry. We, as Nexi, are present in 25 countries. Just to give you an indication of why I'm trying to wrap everything up. 25 countries across Europe, processing 65% of digital transactions. So only in Greece, through us, we have 16 billion euros coming through us. So we understand exactly what's going on in terms of productivity, consumer insights, We have more than serving 40% of the tourist industry in Greece, so we understand, if tourism is going well, we're doing well. If tourism is not doing well, we're not doing well. But that's not the point. The point is innovation, and I think a lot of things were heard, and how we actually enhance productivity. So I will start with summarizing with what Mr. Voridi said. The government indeed is doing a lot of good steps, and reform is very important. But one thing that we need to do in Greece, but in Europe as well, is stability. Things need to be more stable for investments to happen. Just to give you an idea, in the last 2 years, foreign companies have invested more than 1.5 billion in our industry in Greece, putting a lot of, let's say, effort and a lot of trust in the Greek economy going forward. Very good indeed. In order for us to be successful as a country, we need regulatory as well input. So we need that reform. It needs to be stable, and it needs to be in a way that the market can breathe. I had a very interesting discussion just before coming up here, meaning that we are trying to bring more taxation. We're trying to create a stable environment with less tax evasion. Very good indeed. But we need to understand that across the world this is the case, and it needs to take time in order for this to happen. And therefore, that's why we need to take measures that they last longer, but they also incentivize people not to do tax evasion. So a reform of putting in the market a mandatory request is good, but it doesn't always work. It backfires. Innovation will happen because what we see is in the digital world, we're seeing a lot of the cash being actually becoming digital. We are growing in double-digit numbers, double-digit on a year over year, and we see that across the world, we're going to see 1.3 billion wallets actually being used very. Now we're growing in Greece, just to give you an indication, 25% year on year in terms of tap and pay, meaning people are actually using their phone or their watch and so on in order to do digital payments. And in order to do that, and Mr. Choka said that, brain regain is very important, and how you actually bring people back to Europe from the US. And I heard somebody said the other day, they asked, what do you want to do? And somebody said, I would like to go to the US and work. I believe that it was on Wednesday's night dinner. Indeed, most people that actually are in our world in fintech, they would like to go and create and develop their company in the US and not in Europe, not in Greece. So regulation, very important. Stability on the regulation and the measures and the taxation. And education, of course, is very important in order to actually create the grounds in order to enhance productivity, which will come in the years. It will not have a peak and then fall.
Minister, there's an awful lot there. I think that was a very rich, very insightful set of comments from business representatives. So there's a lot there for you to address, but I'd also like you to briefly address the point that Deborah raised about this difference between regulatory approach in Europe and in America. Do we regulate too much?
Okay. You're actually talking to a supporter of deregulation. So, but on the other hand, let me try and explain what we are doing now in Greece, especially in the regulatory field. One of the things is what we call good legislation. The good legislation is meaning, if you see our laws, the laws that have passed all these years, there is a final article saying there, but we have legislated this and this and this, but now we abolish this and this and this. So we're always trying to keep a balance in what we regulate, and we think that represents the needs of public interest for the time being, but also trying to lift other provisions that are of no use and trying to keep a balance
net zero in red tape.
Trying to do that, okay? We're not always successful, but we are trying to do that. Now, the other thing, of course, is that I think in this question, how much regulation? The correct answer, I'm not sure is how much, is what for? The thing that you need to address is that you have, let's say, have a principle, that's my principle, that when I do not see a vital public interest in legislating, then you do not legislate. Then you're trying to create free space for the businesses to work. But on the other hand, trying to address your question, is there a difference between US and EU? I think that this has to do mostly with the priorities that we in the EU have and are of primary concerns to us, and we are trying to be champions there. For example, environment protection. So, yeah, in Europe, we want to be champions into, let's say, protecting our seas, our environment, and this does create the need for regulation. But on the other hand, this type of regulations, we must accept that it creates new jobs. Because in protecting the environment, you have, for example, all these growing business environment of renewable. I'll give you a very, I don't know if I have time, but a very quick example. Trying to address the wildfires and the problem with that, we saw that there is a tremendous productive change in our forests. Now, why is that? Because 40 or 50 years ago, there were small villages, and people trying to get wood trying to heat themselves. They were out in the forest collecting the wood that was around there. Now, since they moved from the villages and they went to the cities, now this job is not being carried out. So every year, it's full of wood, ready to burn, out there. Now, what did we do through regulation? We have now given the opportunity to businesses to go into the forest and collect all this type of wood, and this has created a new type of activity, of business activity. So, yeah, through regulation, sometimes trying to address problems, you are creating, let's say, new jobs. This is an example. But the other thing I'd like to say is also that sometimes it's even businesses that they are asking for regulations. So they come to us and they say, look, we need somehow to see how you think the work that we do needs to be regulated. So they are asking for regulation. So you see, always there is a balance there on what you should and you should not do. I think, though, that coming from, let's say, decades in where there was a different perspective from what I am elaborating now, the perspective is that it's the state that needs to do the job, and that's why we need regulation, because we do not want to have this type of free space. Decades ago, many, many years, we had this kind of perception in legislation. Now, we need to change that. We need to put this criterion. The criterion is the need for legislation should be clear. It should be serving a specific public interest, a specific, let's say, moral mandate there that we have to address by legislating. And if not, then the state should withdraw and we should deregulate it. That's what we do. That's what we're trying to do. I think in Greece we do create free space, but I take notes of all the comments that the gentlemen have made, and of course, also coming from the American experience. And that is the banking environment, which is very important, and that's why I say we should always enhance banking competition. That's the answer to that. And so we need to have more of that. Also, of course, they need to have a stability, political stability. And this does require, let's say, a broader agreement. We are a stable government, 158 parliamentaries, so a clear majority in the parliament. The next 3 years is a very clear, let's say, perspective on what we can do. But it would be nice if we could have a broader agreement among the political spectrum, especially on broad issues, like, for example, business taxation. And yes, we need to address tax evasion. I will close with one thing, which goes back to productivity. There is, this moment that we're talking, there is a huge transformation in the business environment. Why? Because small businesses are being, they accept the pressure and the need that they will have to comply with their legal and tax obligations. Now, if they comply and they remain competitive, that's fine. But if they don't, then obviously they have other businesses that they will take their places, obviously existing, creating more healthy and more powerful business units, and that means more competitive and more productive. Now, this transformation in business economy is happening as we are talking. I suppose I need to finish that. Yeah.
Your comment on, I mean, your comment on not getting involved unless you have to makes me think we should put you in charge of VAR in football. That would be a tremendous step forward. Your comments on competitiveness bring us back, I think, to Deborah. I'm sure you're itching to comment on a lot of what you've heard about, but I would like to give you an opportunity to talk a bit more about the importance of collaboration, cooperation. What do you mean by that? Expand that out for us.
Well, I want to first say, before I address that I think under the Mitsotakis administration, there's been tremendous progress in Greece, and Greece should be very proud of that, what you've accomplished. And one area that's underway right now is the new regulations that will enable private universities to come and partner here in Greece, and in my view, create a regional education hub. We know how smart Greeks are. We know the Greek diaspora, certainly in the United States. I mean, I can tell you how many university presidents are Greek Americans, heads of R&D, all of that with this new regulation that's very creative and complex nonetheless, is going to create a whole new wave of innovation. And we heard from the CEO of Pfizer, you know, the tech hubs and things. Marrying that with the academic and research environment is going to be a very powerful stimulator for growth and innovation. So that's very, very exciting, and I commend Greece for tremendous progress. In terms of collaboration, I'll share one example. And I asked a few colleagues here, if anybody wants to tell me, and if you know the answer, you can't tell it. Nikos, which city in the United States is the fastest growing city right now? Does anybody want to guess? Yes.
City.
Nashville.
City. Nashville.
Nashville, Tennessee. And the whole Tennessee environment now is what they're calling one of radical collaboration. So we just at the U.S. Council on Competitiveness, we've launched a whole series of what we're calling competitiveness conversations across America to really address the parts of the nation, interior, not the coast, that need to be included in the innovation ecosystems of the future. And we first went to Tennessee. So we had two universities, Vanderbilt, University of Tennessee in Knoxville, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the CEOs, the governor, the senators. We had all the mayors, Memphis, Chattanooga, Nashville, Knoxville, all come together. And they have an alignment around how they are going to move ahead, all ready to be the center for next generation batteries, for electrification of mobility, advanced manufacturing, et cetera. How are they doing that? They're doing it through collaboration. These partnerships now, very advanced, complex research partnerships with universities, national labs, Volkswagen America, Nissan America, Ford, they're all part of that. And that is also occurring, very excitingly, in Europe as well. I just came from Birmingham. Birmingham, we know, the heart of the Industrial Revolution, went into decline, lost its manufacturing. They have an amazing strategy now, the West Midlands strategy, to move into the future. It's all about collaboration and partnerships, but designing these in a way that build on the assets, but are win-win, and attract the investment, attract the human capital to transform regions. And that's even occurring here in Greece. I can think of places like Ioannina. So collaboration has to be more than just collaboration around co-investment. It has to be identify your assets and strengths, where you want to be, and create the roadmap of how to bring in everyone that needs to be at the table. And that includes labor, it includes the workforce, it includes all the things that make people want to invest, live, and grow in parts of a nation and a country. And it's a very, very exciting time. So it's radical collaboration.
Excellent. I would love to extend this conversation. I think you guys would have, it would be interesting to hear your views on this sort of conflict between collaboration and competition, because both have to exist in, but we don't have time, unfortunately, so we can't do it. We'll have to continue at some other time. It's coffee time now, but before you head off, please join me in thanking what's been an excellent panel. Thank you. Oh, there you go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please take your seats. We're going to get the investment session underway. Very important session. I'd like you all to hear it. So please come back in the room, sit down, take your seats, and we will get started. Thank you very much indeed. Just give you 1 minute to sit down, and we'll get the session underway. We're on a very tight schedule. The minister is on a very tight schedule. Some of our investors are on a very tight schedule, so we have to be ruthless with our schedule today, and we're going to be sticking to time. So without further ado, let me introduce our speakers for this session, Greece's strategy to accelerate investment. Nikos Papathanasis, alternate Minister of the National Economy and Finance of Greece. Welcome. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much.
And please take a seat. Ioannis Tsakiris, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Welcome, sir. Lampros Papakonstantinou, Chairman of Ideal Holdings. Welcome. Great to have you with us. Nice to see you. And Rade Ljumovic, Managing Partner, Office Head, Montenegro and Greece, Henley & Partners. Welcome, Rade. Okay, as I say, we're not going to waste any time here. We've got a bit less than 40 minutes now. I understand you've got to leave, Minister, at 12:20, so we're not going to stop you. So I'm handing straight over. Everybody's got 5 minutes, and then we've got time for a bit of Q&A. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here in Economist to discuss about growth, about the economy of Greece, and at the same time, don't forget that Greece was named by the Economist Country of the Year. So it is very important to see what has changed the last 5 years and what was said and what was done. So what happened during the last 5 years? We've tried to change the business environment in Greece. We had to gain all what we had lost during the crisis. Investment grade, we succeeded in doing so. Greece is a different country. And of course, the growth that we've experienced during the last years, and especially 2023, is about 4 times the growth of the average European growth. So the expectations are very high. At the same time, we cannot say that we have come into a normal operation as a country, because you cannot say that the country is absolutely back to normal operation when it has 160% debt to GDP, but at the same time, we are the country with the highest decrease of debt to GDP, primary surplus, growth prospect for 2024 that is about in the region of 2.5%, when Europe will not be expecting something more than 0.8%. And at the same time, we have done a structural change in the operation of the government, where we collected all the European funds and then national funds at one location, so we can schedule and organize much better the operation and the influx and the absorption of the funds into the economy, and of course to support cohesion, businesses, environmental issues, etc. So what we have now, we have 36 billion euros of RRF, 26 billion euros of partnership agreement, 21-27, and if you add the Common Agricultural Pact, which is 19 billion euros. That amount, the total goes up to 81 to 82 billion euros. And if you divide by the GDP of the country, that it's at the range of 220 billion euros, you see the high impact that these funds have in the economic environment of Greece. So RRF is a fund that approximately amounts to 36 billion euros in two pillars, the pillar of the grants and the pillar of the loans. Of course, servicing the basic strategy that we have, which follows the digital transition, green transition, skilling, upskilling, reskilling. It's very important, and supporting the competitiveness, a very important issue of the companies. Don't forget, we live in European Union, where the basis is the single market. The single market demands the cohesion. You cannot have a single market without a cohesion policy, and at the same time, you cannot have a cohesion policy without a convergence, and especially territorial convergence. So the whole pact of actions that we follow during the last 2 to 3 years, where the RRF has started, is to follow exactly our principles and our goals of digital and green transition. And of course, that goes directly not only to the economy, but to the health sector, to the educational sector, to the judicial sector, servicing reforms that we have started right from the beginning in 2019, and of course, creating jobs. We are a reformist government. We're not going to stop to operate in a reformist environment, and we believe that we will keep this and having ahead of us, Joan, the new structural plan that comes. It's a fiscal obligation that we have, all the member states, that we have to actually follow for the next 4 years. We have to be very careful when it comes down to the expenses of the state, when it comes down to the primary surplus, and of course, we have to support our decrease of the debt to GDP. So in that sense, we are on track. Greece is back, and we will follow exactly the strategy we have, growth, and at the same time, all the social cohesion programs that we believe support the economy and the people.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's got us up to a really good start and absolutely on time. So thanks for that. So I'm going to pick up on some of the things you said, but I think in the interest of our timing, I'm going to follow on with the panel, and then we'll have our discussion. So Mr. Tsakiris, next.
So, dear John, thank you very much for inviting me in this very interesting panel. It's a great honor. I represent the European Investment Bank, and I have to say that I fully subscribe. I oversubscribe to what Minister Papathanassis said. And if you see it from another perspective, we all know how difficult it is to turn around a company. We managed, because I had the honor to be part of the government, we managed to turn around the country. And the prospects of Greece are very great ahead of us. Stability in the financial market is already there. Trust of the investors is already there. Reforms are taking place. And coupled with the significant European resources that they're coming, this will help to further strengthen and magnify the economy. So when it comes to the European Investment Bank, we are, for the last more than 30 years, working side by side with the Greek economy. Last year, we financed around 2.5 billion euros, which is something of 1.2% of the GDP of the country. And as we are also considering European funds, together with the RRF and the structural funds, we act under our policies and the strategy of the national governments. We act towards creating an economy which is along the lines of the European priorities, which is a resilient and green economy. And talking about Greece, we have financed several projects in this sector, particularly in the public, but also in the private sector. A very recent example is a 400 million euro loan that we have provided to the company Melton, previously Mytilineos, to expand the production and storage of renewable energies. Our second priority is the technology. We are financing technology together with member states. For example, here in Greece, alongside with the Ministry of National Economy and Finance, we have set up, and soon is going to be up and running, a 200 million equity financing for venture capital and private equity firms to invest in turn in healthcare startups and high growth companies. We are standing side by side in the agricultural sector, particularly when it comes to the next, I would say, challenge that global economy will face, which will be the food security. So we have provided, for example, 80 million for irrigation improvements. It is well known that Greece is lagging for the time being, is lagging behind when it comes to management of water. And given that we're located in the south, this year after year will be worsen. Last but not least, and it's very recent, European Investment Bank has been asked, and we will very happily do it, to finance investments in the defense area when it comes to the European Union. It's something very new for us, but on the other hand, very useful for Europe. A few days ago, I signed a loan of 110 million euro for a Danish port in the north of Denmark that a part of its commercial use, it will also be used from NATO boats and ships, so that to give a better access when this will be needed for security purposes. Now, all in all, this is what the EIB is doing, is acting complementary to its national government when it comes to financing a competitive and resilient economy. Allow me to say that it's not only about competitive economy or grow the economy. The most important thing, and it was been proven during the pandemic, is a resilient economy. And I would like to close this short intervention also mentioning what Minister Papathanassis said about the single market. Single market is the ultimate target that we should aim for. And it's not only when it comes to capital market union, it has to do with energy, it has to do with telecoms, and it has to do with defense. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks very much indeed, and again for sticking to time as well. So next up, we have Mr. Papakonstantinou, and it's very good to have somebody from the private sector to give their perspective.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here with people that I know, both the alternate minister and Mr. Tsakiris, who was also in the previous government as deputy minister of development.
Yeah, maybe can we have the mic up a bit, please? Oh, it fell off. Here, we've got some help.
Okay, apologies for that. So, I'll go very briefly. I come, as you said, from the private sector, and I come from the investment side. We had a private equity firm, and through that, we acquired a business, a company listed on the Athens Exchange, and through that, we do investments. So actually, we are the ones to invest. And the truth is that we came and we started this saga back in 21 because we've seen what the minister said, that actually that Greece was changing. And it's true that Greece, with the government of the Prime Minister Mitsotakis, that they started to change the way they look into investments and the way to attract private capital. Because I think apart from the public capital, the RRFs, and whatever other capital is allocated to Greece, obviously you need the private capital, because through that, without that, there's no growth. I think it's pretty clear that the government really has a strategy. And there's a clear message that was given to all investors that they should come to Greece, invest. And this makes sense for us as well, because we understand that there is growth. We understand that we are welcomed, which is the most important. We understand that things are changing, and there's a strategy. However, the most important is you have always to get better, because otherwise you don't progress. So the idea, what is next? Because you have always the structural funds coming from the European Union, but you should also have the political will to make investments work. So I think from my side, the way we see it is that the government should stick to and I think that was the message as well as the Prime Minister said on Monday. That was clearly the message from the latest elections, that the government should stick to its restructuring program, which means that they should change the Greek economy and they should change the Greek society. Because it's very important for an investor to understand that the legal system works. If you invest, you don't want to get messed in a situation where the trials, whatever, all will end up after 7 years or 8 years, and you're not going to get a decision. You should know that the tax system works, that there are laws, and those laws do not have they don't work retrospectively. You cannot invest in 21 and someone tells you, yes, but you have to pay taxes related to 2020. So I think this is most important. Apart from that, I would say what also makes sense is for the government to continue its structural reforms, because these are going to change the system. And also, what we want from our side is we don't have subsidies are not so important. Because, or even, you know, sometimes people say that in Greece you have high taxes, or I don't know what, you know, corporate taxes. They're not high. At 22%, I would say they're fine, in line with many European countries. What makes sense, however, is to have a clear taxation system. And you know that the rules are there. On the other side, I talked about subsidies minutes ago. What I was saying is that subsidies are always a key to invest. However, it's not important. It's most important if you get incentives. I would welcome more an incentive which basically gives us, you know, a tax incentive through an M&A than saying that I give you €1 if you invest and you buy machinery, which is okay. You buy the machinery, then it's gone. But if you give me a tax incentive for an M&A, that works much better. The problem with the Greek economy, you know, with most of the Greek companies is that they're very small in size, and they should grow. So, to finalize my comments, the truth is Greece has a strategy. Really, there is a strategy to invest, but they would do more. The government should do more on the legal and the tax system. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. Very clear message there, which we're going to come back to in the discussion. Lazarade Ljumovic, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Joan, and I hope you hear me now. So thanks for the wonderful opportunity, and I learned about Greece and Greek economy a lot today. I'm coming from the company called Henley & Partners. We are the global leaders in residence and citizenship by investment in the world. We have a very active office in Greece, and I believe that you are familiar with the Golden Visa program in Greece. I will try to give a little bit of the global perspective, what is happening in our industry overall, because it will definitely influence the Greece, and it can, I hope, inspire or provocate you to think additionally about investment migration as a potential for the growing of the economy of the Greece. Maybe you know for some of our products, if you don't know for us, Henley Passport Index shows that top 3 strongest passports in the world are Singapore, France, and Germany, and 5 wealthiest cities in the world are New York, the Bay Area in California, Tokyo, Singapore, and London. So the way Henley & Partners operates, it's mostly in an academic way. We work with a lot of governments, and we raised about 12 billion euros to help governments regarding program of citizenship and residence in the world. What is happening in the world of investment migration, it's very interesting. The markets that are now in the last 2-3 years, the most interesting are actually USA and Latin America. And most of our clients and applicants are coming from that area. You won't be surprised when I tell you that time of COVID and an unfortunate war between Russia and Ukraine brought a lot of interest for our industry. So because I'm covering the role of the government advisor in our company regarding countries of Southeastern Europe, I can tell to the minister and to the panel that all countries of Southeast Europe basically are working on these kind of models. A lot of them are thinking, like Portugal introduced recently, investment funds which doesn't need necessarily to be in the country of origin, but it can be in the reputable country of the EU, but are dedicated to invest in the Greece, for this example. And of course, I was carefully listening to the minister and other panelists about the sectors that you are interested in to invest. All the programs can be modified in a way that the investors, applicants invest actually in the part of the economy that the government wants to do so. To give a little bit of parameters, the most successful program in the world is Malta program regarding citizenship. So they don't give up. It's a strong, small country. So they collected before COVID 1 billion euros. It saved their economy in a way, the citizenship program. When I say these programs, these are programs that have a strong due diligence component by external providers. I come originally from Montenegro. I'm Montenegrin. I hope some of you visited. If you didn't, I always use opportunity to visit. It's a very interesting country. I enjoy to come to Greece. It's a beautiful country, but Montenegro also have some advantages. We had very successful citizenship program in Montenegro. So let me tell you that we gathered 1,000 applicants all over the world, ex-Soviet Union, of course, but then a lot of Americans, South Africa, Australia. You would be surprised. We collected 500 million euros for the country in just 2 years, and our annual budget is 2.4 billion in Montenegro. So in 2022, 25% of our GDP growth was related to this, and about 20 new hotels in rural area are built to help to this. So as a final message, I hope and I wish the Greece will continue with this program. We have some now changes implemented. We have higher bars for the real estate, but also we hope and we are ready, of course, and happy to work with the government in some maybe different models which would introduce investment funds and especially sectors of environment, agriculture, and things that you would like to expand further. As a final message, I can tell you that countries without proactive investment migration strategies will find themselves increasing disadvantage in the global world that we are living in. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks all of you. So we've got about 12 minutes to your deadline of 12:20. So I think we've covered all kinds of investment here, which we do want to talk about all aspects of the investment environment, the EU funds, structural funds, and government public investment program, the official funding from EIB and so on, and very important not to neglect, obviously, the private sector, both domestic and foreign direct investors. But I wanted to ask you, first of all, Minister, I'm sure you want to come back on some of these points. We're 3 years into the RRF program. There's 2 years to go. It ends in August 2026. As of now, in terms of what's been dispersed, both in grants and loans, Greece started very, very well, and we're now not quite halfway in terms of disbursement. So I just wanted to ask you, how will we accelerate this absorption and disbursement of the loans, and how are you measuring, how is the government measuring and evaluating the impact, and what comes after that? And then maybe we can move on to the question of structural reform and deregulation, which has been posed. So over to you.
So what's the time I have, John?
Yeah, you have. I'm saying you have to be fast.
What is it?
Yes.
3 minutes. Okay, let me go a little bit fast, and I'll get back to you because I would disagree. We are in the middle of the RRF, and according to our 4th installment, we have received up to now 14.9 billion euros, and we've requested, and we have already passed the grant permission, and just yesterday the targeted revision, and we'll get approximately 3.3 billion euros. That brings it up to 18 point something. That's 50%, and it places Greece again in the first 3 positions in Europe with respect to the payment installments. So we are doing, I would say, quite good in that aspect. So with Yannis, we have an EIB, we have a great collaboration. Actually, we work on many projects. You know, we have to work on investments and the investment gap, because we had, you know, 3 memorandums, very severe crisis. We've lost 25% of our GDP. Therefore, it's very important to have the assistance of EIB and to support and maybe partially grant some of our projects, according, of course, to the regulation. So we are working on that, and I think we have a great future together. Although Yannis is a member of the success story of the previous government, because he had under his auspices the structural funds. Labros, I think this is the quest. This is what the people said in the last election. We have to get back on business, and of course, we have to continue our structural reforms, because this is what it's all about. This is what this government is all about. It's a reformist government. We know we have to create an even better environment. We have to cut down on red tape and bureaucracy. It is a beast. If one says that we've resolved the problem, it's not true. We've gone a long way. Up till now, we have a long way to go. And of course, the investment gap, and we have to work on other things, on VAT gap and tax evasion. And all this is what we are doing. But with Mr. Argyro there, Mr. Tsakonas there, they know very well, and I think they will speak about the new fiscal structural plan and the obligations of the country, and I think we have to be very careful. What I would say, Joan, is everybody should feel very comfortable that this country will remain on path. And as you know, 7 countries went under the EDP, excessive debt procedure, 7 European countries. We cannot afford something like that, so we're very careful. We've learned, we're very good students, I would say, because of the crisis, and we'll not let things go other than being fiscal proper in all our scheduling and what we do with the country. And of course, Rade, we need more investments. We have schemes. We have non-dome the non-dome scheme, which includes an investment. And of course, we have the golden visa that because of the social problem that created in the center, in the centers, we've increased the amount of money requested. We need more investment from people that come in, but we do have a scheme, and especially we reduce 50% the taxes for people that want to come and live in the country. So coming back to you, Joanne, I would say that the RRF we are one of the first countries, and we are now preparing the first installment request, which is going to be done in October. We've completed our milestones. We have completed milestones more than the average European countries. And of course, take into consideration that we do have a delay in the judicial system. Our judicial system operates on 1,500 days, where the European average is 600 days. We passed a bill now, we passed a law now that this will reduce it by 35%. We still have work to do on that. And also we have to do work on our public procurement law. But at the same time, even with those parameters, we still remain on path on RRF, and we will still remain on path because we want to be ahead, since the discussions for the next day will open, and RRF is a performance-based fund plan. We want to show that we can do everything well, and also to show that we've learned, and we are a country that everybody could depend on. The investment environment will keep on becoming better. And of course, all the investors and all the global community could trust Greece. Greece will never allow things to go out of track. And Kyriakos Mitsotakis is very strict on us. So it's a great country to come and invest.
Thanks, Minister. And Greece, of course, did do its preparations ahead of everybody else and got ahead of everybody else and still remains at the front with Italy. I think Italy and Greece are, the front runners in this respect. So just good to get an update on that. At the very beginning, the government also made an assessment of what might be the impact in terms of GDP growth of these funds. Is that something that the government is monitoring and trying to evaluate? Because that's always very important, whether it's FDI or the use of structural funds, to see what the impact is, whether it really is paying off in the way that the government envisaged.
Okay, since you mentioned FDI, we have to say that we have a record high of FDI the last 2 years. It's exactly because of the environment, but you see, I explained to you earlier that 36 billion going into the economy with 220 billion euro GDP. You see that it has a great effect, and it's adding, and it will add more than 2% in the GDP in these years. And we expect it to create, of course, thousands of jobs. Besides that, we have the Hellenic Development Bank that is passing on schemes to the systemic banks in order to support SMEs. It's very important to expand the perimeter of bankable companies. Because of the crisis, about 25% of the companies have access to the banking system. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to give guarantees in order to surpass this problem and have access to the banking system. We need more companies to operate in order to be viable, and of course in order to be able to absorb all this money in the economy. So this is what we're doing through the Hellenic Development Bank, and with the assistance of the structural funds and the RRF, we are trying to guarantee the loans of the banks, and at the same time to give incentives and decrease the interest rate, so the companies could enter the banking system, and of course that they could serve their business plan. So in that sense, we are working. We need more companies. It's very important. Greece And all this money that are coming into the economy need more businesses to operate.
Thank you very much, Minister. So I want to give all of you time to, to come back in because we're, it's gone so fast. It's been great, but maybe in reverse order, Rade, just to come to you. In terms of your, business model and your involvement here, that's been over some time. Given, some of the things that have had to change because of the impact, of rising real estate prices and rents and so on in the centre, is that going to affect your approach in any way? And obviously the EU is also trying to regulate more in this area in terms of golden visas. Is that going to have an impact on you, or are you confident that this is a growth area?
We are very confident regarding the Greece especially. We see, as I said, listening what the gentlemen were saying, and I see positive news in the Greece because I coming here regularly. We see the bigger demand for Greece every year. So every year our numbers are double. So I'm very confident even with this raise. Of course, it will eliminate some of the applicants, but the interest is there. To repeat my message from the beginning, you always need to rethink and to follow the market. I think the winners will be governments, as Minister mentioned, that they monitor what the others are doing. I think we can help in that support because you need to see that there is also a market on this side, as you know. So the applicants are going where are the best. And don't forget that these people are not only bringing finances, but enormous talent to the country. So.
Thanks. So Lampros, you really emphasize the need for the government to keep on with this structural reform agenda, and you particularly mentioned efforts to speed up the judicial process, which government obviously has taken steps to do that, including earlier this year, to have predictability in the tax system, reduce red tape. What would you say is that, from your point of view, would be make the biggest difference?
Yeah, as explained before, the government is on the right track. What the minister says is totally correct. And actually, he's a very successful one. And actually, you have someone who's really working for that. It's true. I think they should stick to their program. They should forget whatever sirens are around and singing and say songs. And they should stick to that because that's the only way they're going to win the elections again. And they're going to bring back confidence to the investors, which is very important. Because if the money flows, the economy counts, and this is what counts to the, to the public when it goes to the polls. That's it.
Okay, thanks. So Ioannis, final word from you. You've really emphasized this complementarity between what you're doing and the government program and the use of these funds. Are there any areas that you've identified kind of beyond those priorities of green transition, technology? You emphasized agriculture, which I think is maybe in some ways a neglected discussion here, but a very important one for Greece. So,
thank you.
Maybe a few more words about that.
Yeah, very quickly, before answering to your question, is just to take what Lambros said, that my message would be, reforms, reforms, reforms. That's the only way ahead. Another important message is cohesion, and I will link this to the political situation in Europe, where we see changes, and it's primarily because we need more of cohesion. Less cohesion is a result that, let's say, political forces from the edges are coming up to the surface. Now, when it comes to the complementarity that you asked, and areas that, let's say, they're not evident, I would say there are many. For example, I just mentioned before defense. Something else that we as European bank, investment bank, we are pursuing in a pan-European basis is the concept of affordable housing. In every capital, in every big city throughout Europe, there's a huge problem of rents that citizens cannot afford to pay. So we need to do something, and we're working towards this direction, to create a pan-European mechanism to provide for affordable houses. I'm not talking about social housing. Social housing is a small part of it, but affordable housing, let's say, concerns the majority of the citizens. And in Greece, you have it. You have it in Athens with the students. You have it in the islands with the newly recruited employees that rents are even higher than their monthly salary. So that's, for example, an area that it's not evident, but we are working also towards this direction.
Our time is up. So, Minister, unless I'm dying to say something, in conclusion, I think you made your points very clearly. Quite a lot of praise here for what the government's doing on the agenda. I'm going to wrap up, unless you want to finish with one or two sentences.
No, well, in resuming or continuing, our work, we will continue with the structural reforms. And of course, I will repeat what I said before, that fiscal stability is very important for Greece. And at the same time, the support enhance competitiveness, support the business environment, change the business environment, and the companies will be continuously in our targets. So this is the message that Greece is a safe country, and of course a country that respects investments and welcomes investments.
Great. Well, please join me in thanking all the panel. Great discussion. Thank you all very much indeed. We have to have a photograph. Minister, you go in the middle. Thanks all of you. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I'm moving at a fast pace, as is Greece. So I'm going to carry on. We're actually going to carry on the discussion now about investment in Greece. And I'm delighted I've got two speakers who are going to join me now on the stage, and we're just going to have a conversation. Please, can I welcome Dean Metropoulos, who is the chairman and CEO of Metropoulos & Co., and John Koudounis, Chief Executive Officer of Kalamos Investments. Welcome again. Very nice to see you. And take a seat here. Welcome. Take a seat. Okay, well, you were able to listen to that session, hopefully. So, that's got us off to a start. But welcome both of you, and we're going to have a to and fro. Maybe, John, we can start with you. But before we do that, I think we've got a video to play, a very quick video, just about 40 seconds. So can we have that, please?
It's incredible, the tradition. We're honored to be here and humbled to be here at the New York Stock Exchange. We're really, really happy that all of you are here to join us in this great day.
Thank you to everybody. This has been an amazing day. Can never take these things for granted. Going through this experience with my partners and my families has been unbelievable. Help people, want to give people access, and want to give back to the community, which is something that is very important for me and my family. Let's try to change the world.
Well, John, I'm a massive NBA fan. I actually go to watch basketball in the States. I've actually got Nikola Jokic on my phone here.
Oh, very good.
But I'm a massive Giannis fan. I've got Giannis shorts, and I'm sure all the Giannis fans here, I've been lucky enough to see him play several times. Probably like me, everybody wants to know what this is, what it's all about. What is this Kalamos endeavor with Giannis? What is this sustainable investment program that you're involved in? If you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Sure. A few years ago, as we carry out in business, we became UNPRI certified in ESG and sustainable We see the world moving that way, and we want to get involved. I searched throughout, and we found an incredible team that started and created the first fossil-free fund, and they've been investing in ESG or sustainability for over 25 years with an incredible track record. I hired the team right about the time when I met Giannis, and the owner of the Bucks, Mark Lazary, called me and said, I need help. Giannis is getting attacked by a lot of people. We'd love for you to put your arm around him and guide him. And so we came up with an idea. We share a lot of values together with Giannis, my partner John Calmos and myself, family, community, education. And we said, why don't we launch our ESG sustainable funds with Giannis? So we formed a JV, and that's what we did. So we started that in the New York Stock Exchange about a year ago, and we just got approved in Luxembourg, so now we can start selling it in 15 different jurisdictions in Europe. One of them is Greece.
Great. I think there might be another video that we have to play. Is there One Planet Prosperity? Is that?
Talks about the type of investment that the team that we brought on does.
Mm-hmm. Can we show that?
Sure, please.
Do we have that one, please?
Throughout history, humanity has achieved remarkable feats of innovation and progress. Yet this progress has come at a price. Since the mid-century, the ecological footprint of most nations has grown, with human populations now using 1.7 times more resources and services than our planet can replenish annually. This is our context. One Planet Prosperity, a concept developed by Global Footprint Network, provides us with a lens. As investors, our focus is on identifying global leaders who will thrive in a future of a growing population, climate change, and resource constraints. They're the global leaders, those who not only adapt to the future, but also shape it. This is Calamos' Sustainable Equity Team's investment approach. For more information, please visit calamos.com or scan the QR code on the screen.
Okay, Dean, let me turn to you. I guess the investment world is changing, as we see, and ESG has become very important. Your company, you're a huge investor, very important one. I just wanted to ask you, about some examples of your company's investments in this region, your thoughts about, progress and opportunities here, and also maybe you could tell us a little bit about how you think Europe and Greece could improve its investment environment compared with the US, which is
very good.
A very different space.
We are first of all, it's a culture that companies have to promote because we're living in a world that's pretty frightening in many ways. The environment is changing very quickly. We see it around us every single day. So I think we need to really embrace ESG very, very aggressively. I think we need more governance because I'm not sure there's enough incentives, and the payback on a lot of investments is not there for a lot of businesses. In my businesses, and I feel very passionate about it, so I insist that we invest in ESG, both environmental protection, and we do it in robotics, we do it in introducing AI in a lot of ways to control climate, water usage, et cetera. We also do it significantly around equality. It's amazing, wonderful countries like the US and Europe and many other areas. Inequality is still a major issue, whether it's women, whether it's color, whether it's still a major issue. So I think, yes, we're talking a lot more about it. That's positive. I think people are investing more around it. But progress is not as easily measurable as you would like to see in the decisions we make in our business. So I think that's going to continue to be a challenge. We see our environment, as I said, it's very scary to me when I just have a new young grandchild as to what he faces in the future. Heating oceans, melting all over the world, the forests are disappearing. So those are major issues. In terms of the economy in Europe, I think Greece has done a pretty reputable job since the challenges a few years ago. This year will grow at 3 times the GDP growth than the Europeans are growing. I think it's retaining more bright young people here. It is attracting investment. You can see it all around us. I'm always impressed with Greece, the wonderful Riviera and real estate and all of that that's attracting investing. But as we discussed and I heard earlier, the legal system needs to continue to be refined. I think it's not predictable to attract investors. I think transparency continues, I think, to be an interesting opportunity. And so I think the other challenge, of course, is the Greek deficit, the GDP to the deficit, 154.8%. That's 85 in the UK, and 98 in France, 99 in the US, and that's of a lot of concern to us in the US because our GDP deficit's close to $34 trillion, and that's a major issue. But Greece has 154%, so that's very high level. So it's going to have to do a lot of things to get that under control going forward.
Sure. Having said that, it's come down from about 220%.
Yes.
So
yes.
It's going in the right direction, but obviously we need strong growth to over a long period in Greece. So, I mean, you talked about a scary world out there, but so I wanted to ask really how you see, John, the outlook for ESG investing in 2024 and beyond, given the many geopolitical and economic headwinds that we're facing. You know, not least we've got a lot of uncertainty in Europe about what happens in the elections coming up, and also, of course, in the US. So, how do you see it? Is it very uncertain, or?
I don't think it's uncertain in the fact that ESG and sustainability is definitely here to stay. And if you look at and survey the top 100 CEOs in the world, 90% of them are already doing something or are in the process of doing something for their companies in that space. So that's definitely not going away. If you look at investable assets and the trend, it's been incredible. Now, we have had headwinds, especially in the United States, but the United States is behind the rest of the world. If you look at Europe, there's a propensity of over 33% of companies to really, really focus on ESG, especially in investing. The United States is 18%, and Pan-Asia is around 22%. So the United States is behind that, and last year it became extremely politicized from the extreme left and the extreme right, which after the elections, I think things would start to smooth out. But if you look at the assets that are put into sustainable products, 2019, the numbers were in the about $23 trillion. In 2022, it surpassed $30 trillion. The projection is in 2030 to be over $40 trillion. When you look at the universe of investable assets, it's 140. So it's over 25% of investable assets. It's here, it's not going anywhere, and everybody's taking a look at it, and they have to, and it's going to continue to be a big part of how people look at the world.
Thanks. What's your view, Dean? Do you share that pretty positive outlook, in terms of the headwinds that we're facing, very uncertain geopolitical environment?
It concerns me probably much more so than John. Both Europe, Latin America, certainly the US, we're so divided as countries in this wonderful Western world, and forgetting the geopolitical challenges we're facing in so many places, but it doesn't allow for constructive dialogue at a political level and at a government level to bring solutions to some very urgent issues. So I'm very concerned with this divisiveness that's been around for several years and evolving, and we're seeing it much more activated in elections all over the place. So I'm concerned. Yes, those numbers are great, but I'm not seeing them have an impact as yet. We all advocate and we all talk about these trillions of dollars. I'm not seeing it necessarily have an impact. Yes, I do see progress, but is it a progress that's going to be able to get there quick enough to address the challenges? And my very serious concern is the divisiveness we have almost everywhere will prevent us to have constructive find constructive solutions as economies, as a political system, and as citizens. It's amazing. I've never seen in the U.S. such diverse positions that citizens have expressed, and as they have been expressing in the past few years. I don't think that's constructive to the environment, to our society, to our democracies, or any of it.
Okay. We'll see what happens after the U.S. elections. That's and whether that divide, that extreme polarization that we're seeing might start to recede.
Yeah.
I think we've got time for a very quick question and answer before we move on. So, John, Dean talked a bit about Greece, but maybe you could tell us about your view of the opportunities and investment opportunities in Greece, and do you think that Greece is well positioned to experience growth in sustainable investment?
I think that Greece has made a lot of progress, especially as of late, and the current administration is doing a lot of things to try to promote sustainability. I know between the EU and the state, they're projecting about investing another $3.2 billion into sustainable projects. I know that they're very, very interested in trying to double the amount of funds to react to the fires and whatnot that the country's doing. They're putting incentives for people to insure their homes as well. So there's a lot of progress that's being made. Together with the stability that we're seeing with the government has made Greece, once again, a fantastic opportunity for investments. And I think we're seeing it in a lot of different sectors. We're seeing it not just in hospitality. We're seeing it with Pfizer. We're seeing it with Microsoft, who's made a huge investments. Amazon, Google. So it's a great people lead with their money and their mouth, and money is coming into Greece like it hasn't for many, many years.
Absolutely. Dean, you talked about some of the challenges, some of the things that still need to be done, more predictable taxation system, better regulatory environment, faster judiciary. But where are the opportunities in Greece and the wider region? There is more US investment coming in, for sure, in recent years. So opportunities, maybe we'll end on opportunities rather than challenges.
Oh, yes, there are. We can see them. And I agree with John. I think the government has created a lot of momentum over the past few years. I think both in Europe and in the US, it's much more predictable from a governance point of view. So I think and we're seeing wonderful projects. And as those projects continue to succeed and show results, you're going to continue to drive investment. So I truly believe that Greece is providing right now a very constructive environment for attracting capital and investment. So I think that's congratulations to the country for having gotten to that point. As I said, there are always challenges to all of us, but I think this is in a pretty good place right now.
Great. Unfortunately, that's all we've got time for, but it's great to have both of you, on the stage with us to, give a perspective on the ESG investment scene, and I hope you'll come back next year and we'll and share what you've been doing with us. So please join me in thanking our two guests.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a photo.
You come in the middle.
Yeah.
While the family photos are taken, let me pivot. We're going from basketball to high finance. Height is the common denominator. Thank you, gentlemen. Specifically, we're going to be talking about the financial outlook for Europe. Please join me on stage, Elizabeth McCall, Gikas Hardouvelis, and Nicolas Veron. Thank you. Joan, I've got your phone. I'm going to go through it and check all your contacts. That's all right. Thank you very much. Okay. quite a change of topic. The financial outlook for Europe, I mean, the outlook for Europe is a tough question. The financial outlook for Europe is part of that. We face an extraordinarily disrupted financial sector at the moment, with technology, with geopolitics, with the shifting shape of Europe's own governance structures. So let me pass straight across to Elizabeth McCall, who's member and of the Supervisory Board at the European Central Bank. Give us your thoughts, please.
Thank you. First of all, it's an honor to be here, and really a pleasure to be here in Greece. It's an optimistic time for Greece, and it is also the case that I'm sitting here talking with you today and able to say that the banking sector in general is in resilient, steady shape, and that's quite a statement after what we've been through. The focus of the last 4.5 years while I've been at the European Central Bank sitting on the Supervisory Board has been really a focus on making sure that the banks can remain resilient in the face of incredible challenges. The challenges have been the pandemic, geopolitical challenges stemming from the north with the Russian aggression in the Ukraine, with respect to the concerns in the Middle East and the potential for conflagration there. Other geopolitical risks, we're focused on China, Taiwan, Iran, other areas. I mean, these are novel risks that the banks have to manage in the face of continuing to be resilient. We're in an environment where low for long went for quite long, and rising interest rate environment presented particular challenges to the resiliency of the banks. What is the mismatch potentially in terms of the asset liability management? What's happening with respect to underlying potential weaknesses in loans that are sitting on the balance sheet of the banks? It's the case that I can say hand on heart that this resiliency has been something quite remarkable, and creating confidence in the banking system with the start of the SSM is something that we've really benefited from. But it's not the case that as I sit here now that I'm sanguine or complacent about where things can be going, and we continue to be very focused on making sure that the banks can withstand the continuing challenges. We survived also last March without a very significant blip, and these were emanating from markets that you wouldn't have expected them to come from, with the US, with Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic Signature Bank, Credit Suisse, Switzerland, and of course the gilt market issues. In the UK, our banks continued to remain resilient. They're well capitalized, the liquidity ratios are strong, but as we look forward, we want to make sure that the novel risks are being taken on board in a very sophisticated way, that climate and technology and digitalization plans are being taken on board in a sophisticated way, that institutions are focused on their future profitability and making sure that they have correctly taken on board adverse scenarios with respect to the headroom that they have for capital. So bottom line, the state of the banking sector is resilient, and our focus going forward is on maintaining that resiliency in the context of, quite challenging times.
That overall sounds fairly positive, particularly in the context of what we've been through, as you mentioned, and what we're actually going through. We try not to think about it too much, but there's a lot of uncertainty out there. We'll come back to you, Elizabeth, for more on the European perspective, but let's turn to Greece. Bring this a bit more local. Gikas Haroudouvelis, you're the chairman of the board of directors of the National Bank of Greece and the chairman of the Hellenic Bank Association. You're also a professor of finance and economics and at the University of Piraeus here in Greece. So very well qualified to give us your thoughts in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Alastair. I'm sitting here next to our regulator, who I feel like we're almost partners, because they work very closely with us. And indeed, the Greek banks are thankful to them, because they gave us the time to adjust. We went through a major crisis 10 years ago. Banks were destroyed, they were recapitalized many times, and we finally made it. And now we have turned the page. And I'll just quote you some numbers to substantiate that. About 8 years ago, half of our loan portfolio was non-performing. That was back in 2006. And now at the end of December, only about 6.6% of that is non-performing. It's going down fast. Of course, the European average is about 1.8%, so there's more work to do, but we're working on that, and we think we'll succeed. The banks are well capitalized. Elizabeth mentioned capital. Of course, it's the #1 item that SSM looks at. The capital ratio, the core equity tier 1 for Greek banks, the average was 15.5%, very close to the European average, which was 15.7% in December. And Greek banks also have plenty of liquidity. They satisfy all the requirements of the regulators. Essentially, the loan-to-deposit ratio back in December was like 67%. There's a lot of money out there to be lent. So we're looking for good businesses to lend money to. And something that I'd like to stress is the stress tests of SSM, of the 2023 stress tests. The Greek banks did extremely well, exceptionally well. They had the 5th, the 12th, the 13th, and the 19th position among 109 European systemic banks. This is something to actually be proud about coming through after a crisis. And finally, I should say that 3 of the 4 systemic banks already have investment grade. And in the last 2 years, banks finally are profitable. And this year, for the first time after 16 years, we're going to distribute dividends. This is a signal to the market that we're coming back. Normality is back with the Greek banking system. So the question is, what about next? Some people say, okay, you're profitable because interest rates went up, so it's a cushy time. What about next year when rates are going to come down? Are you going to lose profitability? And I'd say what will make us sustain the profitability is the fact that lending keeps expanding. And that's driven by economic growth. And as you know, a country that does well economically, its banks do well as well. And the markets have realized that, by the way. In the last year, the Greek systemic banks, their price-to-book values have gone up, some of them to 0.9, which is very close to where Europe is. So things are well, and I think the market thinks, and everybody thinks, that the good times is not a temporary phenomenon, they're going to last. Are there risks out there? Of course there are risks. You mentioned, Elizabeth, digitalization. This is something that concerns us. The Greek banks are trying to transform themselves. They are digitalizing fast. And the question is, this is a common to all European banks, are they digitalizing fast enough relative to what the demand is out there? Because they have competitors, not so much the fintechs, but the big techs. Okay, so they need to work hard. But the biggest risk is economic growth in Europe, I think. And the economic growth can suffer from the political rivalry of the superpowers and the conflicts in our region. We know this very well. Europe particularly can suffer because it cannot compete as easily with the superpowers because it doesn't have its own industrial policy. It cannot yet act as one entity. It still needs consensus, it takes time, it's very hard to compete. And then there's the green transition where Europe has taken the lead and it's costly. In general, growth is something we have to worry about. When it comes to digitalization, it's up to the banks, and there they can control the risks a lot better.
Nicholas, Senior Fellow at Bruegel and at the Peterson Institute for International Economics in Washington. I don't think you're Washington-based. I don't know. You are Washington-based? Okay, excellent. Well, that gives me permission to ask you quite a few questions later on. your thoughts, please. I mean, we've heard the European perspective here and a view from in Greece. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I will just emphasize what has already been said, so I will try to do it succinctly. The single supervisory mechanism, or European banking supervision, as the ECB calls it, is a spectacular success of European Union policy. When you think of the situation we were in 10 years ago, a bit before this came into force, you remember the asset quality review of the banks. I'm not even mentioning the situation of Greece at that point. We've gone such a long way, and I think it's not just correlation. There is an element of causation here. The pooling of banking supervision at the European Central Bank, at the ECB, with the work that has been done by Elizabeth and her colleagues, the successive leaders of the SSM, Daniel Nui, Andrea Enria, currently Claudia Buch. I think this is a success story that deserves to be celebrated more than we usually do, because it has really gone according to plan. The plan was to bring the European banking sector, which was in a state of extraordinary weakness in the Eurozone crisis, actually had caused the Eurozone crisis to a large extent, not in Greece, but in other member states, to bring that sector back to safety and soundness. And I think the ECB and the European Union more broadly can claim mission accomplished on that. Now, of course, as Elizabeth correctly said, this should not be a cause for complacency, because the risks of tomorrow will be different of the risks, from the risks of yesterday. But I think a nanosecond of pause and celebration for the 10-year anniversary of European banking supervision is in order. I will also say that banking union is a broader project than European banking supervision. And banking union is this idea that the entire framework for banking sector policy would be at the European level, which in turn would allow the banking sector to be a European banking sector and not an addition of national banking sectors in the participating member states. We're not yet there. European banking supervision is a piece of that, but it's not sufficient to trigger the complete integration of the banking sector at European scale. And for that, of course, we need a framework for crisis intervention, including deposit insurance, but not only deposit insurance, that would be integrated and consistent at the EU level. That has been blocked by special interests in the different member states, both from the public and from the private sector. It is a shame, frankly, that there hasn't been more progress, because all the political leaders recognize that a banking union and also a capital markets union is in their collective interest, but when it comes to implementation, they always find obstacles from special interests. So I want to emphasize both the success of the crisis prevention piece, European banking supervision, and the unfinished business of banking union that, frankly, I think we should have more of a sense of urgency right now. Having said that, and I will end on that note, I think it's exaggerated to say there can be no integration of the banking sector in the current circumstances without further legislation to complete the banking union. And actually, if you look at it from here in Athens, we see that the European banking sector, or the regional banking sector, is investable again. We have Eurobank buying Hellenic Bank in Cyprus. That's, from the perspective of Cyprus, certainly, and also from this part of Europe, a major cross-border banking acquisition that was just confirmed a few days ago. We also have the investment of UniCredit in Alpha Bank, which shows that from the perspective of a European bank, major European banks, the Greek banking sector is investable again. So that's a lot of news. And why not? We could also see Greek banks expanding again, the way they did on a different basis in the 90s and 2000s. So I think there are reasons for optimism on the European banking sector. Of course, it requires policy stability and also policy initiative, as I suggested, for the completion of the banking union. But when you compare to where we are 10 years ago, the element of a policy success story is undeniable.
Well, I sense a great deal of harmony on our panel, and among bankers, that's always a very reassuring thing to see. We will come back to look at some of those risks that we've mentioned, because I think it's important, while we're all congratulating ourselves about how we've done over the last 10 years, to acknowledge that these things come at us fast and we don't always see them. So we should have a little word or two about that. But before we do, you mentioned prospects for banking union, Nicolas. Banking union and perhaps even more importantly, capital market union, which has come up, I don't know if you've been around today, but it's come up today, it's come up yesterday as an important aspect of the business environment for investors here in Greece. What are the prospects for union on both of those two fronts, on the banking side and on the capital market side, Elizabeth?
Well, may I first start with saying that I see the completion of the banking union and the creation of a capital markets union as absolute necessities, largely for some of the reasons I outlined in the beginning, that we have made it through these first 10 years of the SSM, and Nicola, you're absolutely right, we should give congratulations for that, and I give the congratulations to my predecessors completely, and all of the policymakers that envisioned a banking union and what it could do for the resilience of the banking sector in Europe. This is something that it's spectacular, to use your word, but it's absolutely extraordinary. And as the first American on the board of the SSM, I hope it is first, it's with incredible awe that I walked into that boardroom and saw the sophistication with which confidence in the banking sector, recapitalization of the banking sector was taking place. But the job's not done. And we have a moment now. I mean, I'm always, I have this sensation of needing to run incredibly fast in the environment in which we're living in, largely because of the challenges that we're facing and the rate of change with which these challenges are coming across to us, the technological advances, the shifts in the demographics, the challenges of climate risk, environmental risk. These are things that are not minor. The shift in the banking sector itself with the new entrants, the big techs, the fintechs, the risks that are associated there coming from the geopolitical arena, also with respect to cyber. I mean, this is not a calm moment that we are living in. So it means that as the policymakers and the supervisors and the government officials and the bankers before us did, vision has to be brought and execution has to be brought to engage and to deliver the tools that are necessary to help the marketplace manage those risks. So what does that mean exactly? It means that without having a single safety net, a deposit system, while we are in the days after the success of some very minor cross-border activity taking place to create some consolidation and diversify risk, they are very minor and they're not going to continue apace without an EDIS system, a deposit scheme that covers the breadth of Europe. This is essential to create a singular marketplace where cross-border activity can take place. I'll come back to that in a second. But then the second area of real concern is the capital markets arena. We do not enjoy the depth and breadth of capital markets that is across the Atlantic from us. Now, that comes with risks over there, of course, but we are very good at learning from those risks here. And we need depth and breadth of capital markets in order to face the challenges that we have, in order to diversify and mitigate the risks that are in front of us. If you take the climate risk arena, for example, we are facing an enormous financing need with the transition that has to take place. Now, the only way that that can be delivered is with capital markets tools, depth and breadth of the capital markets that exist in other marketplaces, US, UK, to some degree, Asia. Are we going to finance our transition activities in other markets, or are we going to be able to take advantage of that financing opportunity and management of that risk on our own here in Europe? Second, capital markets union can serve to reduce risk on the balance sheets of the banks. I always say, rather colloquially, that when you compare the balance sheets of the US banks to the balance sheets of the European banks, the word that comes to mind is that we have very heavy balance sheets here in Europe because we do not have the ability to move assets easily off of the books of the banks. And having the ability to move those assets off of the books of the banks frees up balance sheet to make more financing available, frees up risk. You can transition risk in an organized and a timely manner rather than in a rush when there's a problem to move assets out very quickly, which causes market dislocations. So there's a need to have a European vehicle that can act as a responsible and appropriate significant risk transfer vehicle with appropriate tranches in place to diversify the risk that we have. We need this also for financing digitalization across Europe. We are, to my lament, in a situation where there is not a single cloud provider of size in the European market, so we're dependent in what I would call a risk manner on solely US institutions for delivering that, and that's the way of the future.
Okay. It's interesting that you take us in that direction, the digitalization, because I wanted to come to you, Gikas, on, you mentioned it, the challenge that you're facing with digitalization, but also with fintechs. Can you expand on that a little bit? Tell us what impact the emergence of fintechs is having in the Greek market, how Greek banks are responding, how you see this shaping over the next few years.
Sure. Before I say this, I just realized that today is July 4th, by the way. This is a major day for some of us. And the panelists have experience with the US. Today is the...
Well, we're voting today in the UK, so...
Oh, you're voting today.
Potentially our Independence Day as well. But please go ahead.
Okay. Digitalization is really very important. Greek banks are able to digitalize fast because they're mid-sized banks. It's a lot more difficult. Large banks, banks that are across the Atlantic, are too cumbersome. They have too many legacy systems. It's difficult for them to really change everything. On the other side, small banks do not have the money to invest and digitalize. So Greek banks they have the size, they have the money. I think my bank, NBG, started it first some years ago. Now every bank has followed. And digital transformation is really a business makeover powered by technology. It really changes everything, not only the internal processes, but also the contact with customers end to end. It implies a seismic cultural shift all over. And its main characteristics is it's customer-centric. You think of the customer and what you do with it. It's data-driven. You utilize data. You streamline operations. You look at all other systems that were done manually and try to digitalize them. You make sure your people are with you. They understand the culture is with you. And you change everything end to end. So banks started it. I don't think the fintechs necessarily in Greece are considered as competitors. They're like collaborators. In fact, a lot of banks are collaborating with them. When it comes to fintechs, Greece is behind. Europe in general is behind the US. And to really have a successful fintech, there are some requirements. You need flexible regulation, which you do have in the US. There, the OCC or the SEC, they support the fintechs. Here in Europe, you have a fragmented regulatory system, country by country. So there, the US is better. You need access to capital, and you have venture capital is big in the US. It's much, much smaller in Europe. You need public markets. Sometimes you go to IPOs, and they are in the US. You need a talent pool, and everybody wants to go and work in Silicon Valley or Boston or New York. The market is in the US. You need an innovation culture, and it's with the Americans. They are risk takers. They have supportive ecosystems. You need also consumers who are tech savvy, and I think Americans are a little bit more tech savvy than Europeans. You need financial inclusion. I think there's more effort there in the US to do it. And finally, you need a large market. And by definition, the US is a much larger market. Right. Now in Europe, some countries are doing better. The UK and Netherlands are leading when it comes to European fintechs, and they are followed by Germany, the Nordics, and the Baltics. And the Europeans in general placed emphasis on protection, data protection, and that's how they moved. And so they made emphasis on PSD2, et cetera, et cetera. When it comes to Greece, I should say this and finish, we need to have a 10-year horizon. That's what the other countries did. Right. And we have to start with education, the digital skills of the population. Then we have to worry about technological hubs. There is one in Thessaloniki being created now, and that's it. It hasn't started yet. We need to worry about financial incentives, and we need to worry about investing. And investments mainly in the US.
You've come up with quite a compelling checklist. It's not a short checklist, but that'll keep this government and the ones that come afterwards busy for 10 years. I hope they're listening.
We've done a lot. I mean, this government really pushed. The government sector did push, but we need to do a lot more.
Okay. Well, considering it's the 4th of July, I did want to give Nicholas the last question. It's an easy question, and you can answer it, I'm sure, in very, very few words. What's the impact on global banking, European banking, and if you like, Greek banking, of the outcome of the American election?
So first, I think we're already in a world where you cannot speak about Greek banking or Greek fintech because we're in a much more integrated market than that. So what we will see, what we want to see, is fintechs based in Thessaloniki or elsewhere in Greece serving not the Greek market, but the European market. The same way as Revolut, which is now under direct supervision of the ECB, is serving the Greek market. But more generally to your question, I would go back to the initial point that was made on this panel. We want the banking sector, the financial sector, to be a source of strength and resilience, not of fragility. I think for that, we need the banking union, the capital markets union, because that's what allows us to withstand the shock of COVID-19, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the energy crisis, without having financial disruption. And we will have more shocks in the future, whatever happens in the US. I want to say something about the role of the Greek government in this. Greece has had this extraordinary success that has been celebrated here over the last few days of going from countries that needed help and assistance from its European partners and international partners to being a country that at this point stands tall on its feet and is able to act as a normal European member state. In the debate about completing the banking union, about completing the capital markets union, we need Greek leadership. At this point, my beloved country of France is going through a period of political turmoil. The German coalition is what we know. We need leadership and initiative to come from other member states than just France and Germany. Greece has to push for good European policies and not just to react to whatever is being cooked up in Brussels. So I'm really making this call for Greek proactive policy initiative. I think it's possible. I think it's in the cards right now.
I think you're pushing against an open door there. I think the Greeks are very, very keen to have influence in Europe. Go ahead.
May I add something?
Very briefly.
The new government actually has led Europe, like when it came to COVID, in all the inoculation story. They were first. They pushed it. We digitalized it, and everybody had an ID card whether they inoculated or not. And they were Greeks that did it. And I think the current government is pushing ahead. We have to worry about common defense policy. We have to worry about immigration. We have many, many issues to worry about in Europe that are common.
Okay, Greek leadership in action, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm going to call it a day there, and we're going to move on to our next session, but I want to give you deep thanks, gratitude from me, because you've all been fantastic. So thanks very much. And I'm going to hand over to Vasilis Kostoulas for the next session, but let's have our picture taken. You never escape without getting your picture taken, I'm afraid. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be with you today in the context of the annual Greek Government Roundtable. I'm Vasilis Kostoulas, and I will contribute to our discussion on the score, that is, the performance of the Greek economy. The speakers of this panel are people who follow the issue very closely, and that's why they're here. Without further ado, allow me to welcome Declan Costello, Deputy Director General for the Economic and Financial Affairs of the European Commission, Martin Biesterbos, Mission Chief of the European Central Bank for Greece, Colin Ellis, Global Credit Strategist of Moody's Investor Service, and Dimitrios Tsakonas, Director General of the Public Debt Management Agency. Compared to the period of crisis management in the recent past, a positive narrative accompanies the Greek economy today, which is now perhaps at an even more demanding stage, as it is moving from reforms of survival to reforms of upgrading the standard of living, not an easy task. In this sense, one might say, Greece is now faced with itself, with its real potential. Against this background, I believe, each speaker will start with a few opening remarks, and then we will move on to a brief discussion. Declan, let's start with you.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Now, one has to be positive about the performance of the Greek economy and also the prospects for the Greek economy. Now, Greece recovered quickly and very strongly from COVID and the shock of the energy shock. Growth today, or last year, and our projections into the future are 2% in real terms going forward, maybe a little bit higher, but substantially higher than what we're seeing in other euro area countries. So the process of real convergence is underway. If I look at almost every single economic indicator, whether it's fiscal balances, whether it's employment, unemployment, the banking sector, virtually all of the indicators are all pointing in the right direction. So again, one has to be positive about the performance and prospects. Obviously, there are legacy problems and issues that remain from the financial crisis period. And of course, Greece is affected by the mega challenges or trends affecting everybody, whether it's aging populations, climate change, global fragmentation, etc. So I think the potential is, of course, huge. Productivity levels per capita in Greece remain substantially below what we see in other European countries. And I think that's probably the core challenge facing Greece to catch up there. If we look at the labor market participation rates are about 68% in total, substantially below 75% average, what we see in the EU as a whole. And for women, the gap is even higher, 50% participation for women compared to 70% in the EU as a whole. So I think really the agenda is the potential is huge, performance is good, prospects are good, potential is huge.
You seem quite satisfied. This is only good. Martin, your turn.
Thanks very much, and thanks for inviting me once again. I totally agree with what Declan just said. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Greece's economic achievements. I fully agree with those. GDP growth has been above the euro area in the last few years. The banking sector has been able to offload most of its NPLs. It's profitable again. Public debt to GDP ratio has been coming down significantly. And all that has been supported by structural reform. So I think Greece deserves praise for that and has been praised for that, and rightly so. What I would like to do is to focus on a few remaining challenges. Let me mention three here, and then I'll stop. First challenge, medium-term growth. we know that in many, say, developed economies, in the next few decades, economic growth is going to be below historical averages. And when you look at the aging report, the report is on the Commission's website, published earlier this year, that looks ahead at the long term. That report shows that GDP growth in Greece is going to decline to something like 1% per year over the next decades. And I think that there, especially the demographic outlook is a particular concern everywhere, but especially in Greece. Eurostat projects the Greek population to decline by something like a quarter over the next 5 decades. And the working age population is going to decline substantially more than that. So I think that that's a key challenge. And we need structural reforms there that boost productivity to support that catching up process that was mentioned, one of the key challenges. So these are the type of things that have been discussed before. Things like improving the business environment, upgrading education, ensuring competition in goods and services, making sure there's enough competition, making Greece an attractive place to invest and to innovate. So these things are needed. I think is the key challenge there is to close that investment gap that still exists vis-a-vis the rest of Europe without creating unsustainable external deficits. Second challenge, financial sector. Banks have done a great job in reducing NPLs, supported also by key financial sector reforms. I think that the key priorities remain kind of as they are. There's still some further way to go. I think a strong capital base is a key priority. But as banks were kind of addressing those legacy issues, new challenges have emerged. And they've been mentioned. And some of those challenges, some of those risks are materializing as we speak. Climate, geopolitical risks, they need to be addressed. And it's challenging to address legacy issues and new risks at the same time. So that's another challenge that I see. And outside of the banking system, there's still that chunk of non-performing debt that has been transferred to credit servicing companies that remains a burden on firms and households. Another issue that deserves attention. Third and finally, public debt. Public debt as a share of GDP has been coming down impressively, so very good progress, but of course it remains high. High public debt means that the government has less room for maneuver to respond to economic downturns. So that is an important thing to keep in mind. So there, our view is that we need several years of primary surpluses to ensure the sustainability of that. It's not the only thing. There's also there a need. Policies can also contribute, growth-friendly policies, fiscal structural policies that boost productivity, that boost investment, can certainly also help to ensure that sustainability of the public finances. And the RRF, importantly, can help there as well. So to conclude, I think the score of the Greek economy, as the title of this session is, I think the score is very good. It's improving. But we must also acknowledge that some crisis legacies will take more time to address, and new challenges have emerged. Climate, demographics, debt, both private and public, are key issues that need to be tackled. So as we have now moved out of, say, the post-crisis stabilization phase, I think the key emphasis is now, should now be on the structural features of the Greek economy.
Thank you, Martin. Balanced message from the side of the ECB. Colin, your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Vasilis, and hello, everybody. It's wonderful to be back here at Laganisi. You keep inviting me back, and I'll keep coming as long as that happens. I struggle to find a lot of disagreement, honestly. Whether that's a good thing or bad thing, that I can't separate myself from the Commission.
This would be a problem for the discussion, but I will help.
Yep. Maybe I'll just reframe it in a couple of ways. So one of the really impressive things beyond what we've seen on the debt profile so far is when it comes to implementing structural reforms over the past 8 or 9 years, I think Greece really stands out as having done that very impressively. And That's one of the reasons why it's at the front of the queue with things like the RRF and meeting the targets and getting the disbursements there. I think Greece is absolutely reaping the benefits of most of its debt being financed at, frankly, very concessional rates, because most of the outstanding public debt stock is still owed to, well, it's pretty close. A lot of it is still owed to official sector institutions. We know those interest rates are very low. They're locked in for a long time. The maturity is very long. That's a key strength, and it has given the government a bit more wiggle room versus other people who are funding themselves on markets. And at the current rating level, which I suspect we might come back to, Greece has a pretty high wealth level. You know, per capita incomes actually among the BA-rated universe, where we currently have Greece, are pretty high. But the challenges are everything that we've already heard about. There's more reform needed. You know, people today have been talking about the judicial system, you know, making it easier to do business. One of the great things of coming here and listening to people and talking to people is actually seeing that impetus continue to be there, not just from the business community, but also from the politicians. You know, that drive to continue the reforms. And the reality is pretty much as Declan said, I think. You know, there are some really big legacy issues that we are still working through. I think it took Odysseus 10 years to get home after the fall of Troy. You know, we're talking at least 4, maybe 5 Odysseys to get to a point where Greece is fully funded on financial markets and has met and repaid all of its commitments to European organizations. And that's just a long time. But the progress so far has been great. And to answer the question directly, the score of the Greek economy.
You can give a number if you like.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a rating, if that's okay, because the way our sovereign rating scheme works, you know, we go from AAA down to C. We have individual scores on individual factors that we look at. And at the moment, we rate the Greek economy, if you want to think about it that way, as a Baa1. Okay? We think it's strong. That's a relative strength of the economy. It's just that there are other things as well that matter for credit, which we might come back to.
Thank you, Colin. Last but not least, Dimitris Tsakonas.
Thank you very much for inviting me here and for being with all this, the panel here. Very interesting and very challenging for me. So I'm not going to be focused on the past. I want to speak about the future. And speaking about future, I want to tell you that we have set this in PDMA in the Ministry of Finance and my political supervisors, the previous ones, the current ones, and I hope the future ones, 4 ambitious targets. The first one has to do with the primary surpluses. There's an agreement in place, not a written one, but a very strong, a commitment of Greece with European institutions, with the Greek and European taxpayer, that from 2012 onwards, at some point of time, debt should not create debt. That means that we need to deliver primary surpluses that should be equal, if not higher, to the actual annual interest payments. The second ambitious target that should be set is as far as the rating is concerned. I'm going to revert because I have my beloved Colin here. The target should be not the BBB- status, i.e. the investment grade. It's just the first step. The target should be the A+, i.e. the level, as far as the rating is concerned, that we used to have before deciding to jump from the roof, i.e. before 2009. The third target, which is ambitious also, is as far as the spreads is concerned. Yes, indeed, we have tightened the spread, and compared to the assumptions that have been taken into account for the debt sustainability analysis, i.e. 200 basis points, now we have reached the 105, 106 even, or despite the volatile environment due to European elections, French elections, etc., etc. But the target should be being tighter, close to Portugal, if not even tighter, because Portugal is a similar country in all aspects with Greece. And the fourth target has to do with the so-called net debt figure. Everybody speaks about, in relative terms, as far as the debt is concerned. Debt to GDP ratio, etc., etc. We have a more ambitious target, the net debt figure being reduced in absolute terms. The definition of this figure is the outstanding amount of debt, general government debt, minus the general government cash reserves, plus whatever the arrears exists. So I need to inform you that this target has already been achieved last year, and we believe very strongly that will be achieved even this year and the next years and the years to come. So, yes, I want to focus on what we call future, rather speaking about the past, which was a nasty one, and I don't want to remember.
Thank you, Dimitris. Ambitious targets for the Greek debt. Declan, how much money is the Greek state entitled to spend? What does the new fiscal framework of the Eurozone mean for Greece?
Okay, so the Commission actually sent to all member states our quantitative estimates of what is required to ensure debt sustainability about 10 days ago. And the good news for Greece is, yes, the stock of debt is high, but Greece has a fairly low deficit, and very importantly, and as mentioned by Dimitris, has actually a fairly significant primary surplus, which is projected to increase going forward. So in fact, now the new fiscal rules have a big benefit in the sense that it's a much more risk-based approach. So we can have a much more tailored assessment and tailored recommendations to countries and avoid a one-size-fits-all.
More flexibility.
More flexibility in the sense of catering for where the real fiscal sustainability risks lie, okay? And the risks in Greece are the high stock of debt. But actually, the primary surplus is actually close to what is actually required. So the discussion that we will have with Greece in the coming months on their medium-term plan is not about fiscal consolidation. It's not a debate on what extra consolidation is needed to ensure fiscal sustainability. It's really about the composition of the budget going forward. How can the tax system be made more growth-friendly? Can expenditures what type of expenditures, and in particular, can expenditures be focused more on the critical investments which are needed for whatever, the climate challenge, raising the skills.
So we will have a more structural approach,
yeah.
you mean?
So, I mean, so basically, I'm expecting actually a very straightforward discussion with the Greek authorities, again, really about the composition of the budget, but this is not going to be a difficult debate about fiscal consolidation because the starting underlying position is very, very good. So the Commission, 10 days ago, we recommended that 7 member states be put into an excessive deficit position, okay? Greece was not on that list. We actually downgraded our assessment of the macroeconomic balances for Greece because of the progress which has been made. So to be honest, I have a list in my head of where the countries which I think we will have very difficult conversations on the fiscal plans going forward.
As always.
Greece isn't remotely close to being on that list.
All right. Martin, in Greece, the banks apply a high interest rate margin, which means a large difference between the interest rate on loans and the interest rate on deposits. This is positive for their balance sheets, but not so good for the real economy. Is a better balance needed here?
Well, I think when you look at that, I think it's first of all, it's important to keep in mind that Greece is one of the jurisdictions where the loan book of banks consists primarily of floating interest rates, floating interest rate loans. So when monetary policy interest rates are increased, that implies that the pass-through into bank lending rates in those jurisdictions is relatively quick and strong. And that's also something we've seen. We've seen bank lending rates going up. Deposit rates have gone up less. Depends a little bit on the type of deposits you look at. Of course, there's also the liquidity situation of the banks that plays a role. So it's important to look at that from a dynamic perspective, I think. What I think is important is to keep the setting of interest rates of bank lending rates to banks. That's their job. It's a complex thing. There are many factors that feed into that. There's risks. There are all kinds of factors, and banks are well placed to assess those risks and to set those interest rates. Of course, that assumes that there is, say, a healthy degree of competition between banks. That means that, of course, when customers are not happy with the conditions that are offered by banks, that they have a genuine alternative, that they can go somewhere else if they want to. I think that's an important principle. Whether that's the case is not up to me to assess. That's a question for the competition authority. But as I said, I think it's important to look at that from a dynamic perspective. That margin, that evolves over time. It's not a static thing.
All right. Colin, does the fact that Greece has already been rated with investment grade by other rating agencies add, or does it remove pressure from Moody's, if you feel any pressure?
There are other rating agencies?
This is what I heard.
Never heard of them. No, I mean, I'm in charge of the group at Moody's for my sins, which measures our rating performance. And we have a number of metrics that we look at in terms of the predictive power of ratings for defaults, ratings volatility and smoothness and reversals and things like that. But all of those measures are internal. They're focused on us. They're focused on our own performance. So the challenge for me is always, have we got the rating right? It's never really a question of, do we need to follow someone else? And I think, frankly, I think that's the way it should be, because if you have, I'm a great believer in people forming their individual judgments, but also in the power of committees to make better decisions than individuals. It would be lovely if everybody at Moody's just did what I asked them to when I asked them to do it. But I'll be totally honest with you, it doesn't work that way. And every time we move a rating, every time we have a discussion, it's a genuine discussion. And it's bringing together people with different perspectives, different backgrounds to try and find, ultimately, a rating we can, most of us at least, get behind. And that very process by its nature involves judgment calls. And sometimes we'll make a different judgment call that somebody else might make. The gap at the moment, we're talking about one notch. I know lots of people get obsessed with investment grade versus non-investment grade. I think I've made this point before, but for me, the gap between what we call Baa3 and Ba1, in terms of our default performance, and if you look at the data we publish on what that means for cumulative default rates over time or loss rates over time, that gap is smaller than the gap between a Ba3 rating and a B1 rating. So with the BA rating at the moment, we are signaling that we do not think Greece faces significant credit risk. We think it's a strong credit. But of course, I understand, there are still a few mechanistic things in the market where if we were to move to Baa3, that might have some positive effect.
You still need time, as far as I understand.
Well, yeah, we do get accused of being slow sometimes in more than one way, more than one manner. I mean, we're also constrained by, EU regulation, right? Because we want to be good citizens, and credit rating agencies today, for very, very good reasons, face a totally different regulatory environment to what they had in 2005, for really good reasons that I understand. But one of the changes that we face is there's only 2 dates a year where we are supposed to take sovereign rating actions in Europe, precisely so that those actions are more predictable. The next date for Greece is the 13th of September of this year. I don't know what we'll do, because as I said, people don't do what I tell them. We genuinely have discussions. I do have the power to make us have a discussion at that date. I don't think I'll need to use that, because I think we'll have a discussion. And my hunch is it will be a much happier Friday the 13th than the movie franchise. But I don't know. At the moment we have a stable outlook, but you can see in our research we're aware of the positive developments. So we might do nothing. We might assign a positive outlook. We might do something else. I don't know. But we want to be following that calendar wherever we can.
Dimitris, why is it important that Greece receives the investor grade from Moody's as well? And you can look at Colin while you're answering it.
Yeah. Initially, and based on information and studies that our primary dealers did, i.e. a year ago almost, there was, let's say, a report, a joint one, that the primary dealers considered, having examined, let's say, the issue or the reaction of the market after the investment grade status achievement, and they said, or at least this is what I have in my mind, that in case that 2 out of 3 important rating agencies, in the group of which also Moody's belongs, in case that Greece receives the investment grade status by 2 out of 3, then the so-called passive investors would join, let's say, or will decide, then the potential additional appetite for Greek government securities would be something between 6 and 10 billion. In case that the third one provides or will provide the rating, the desirable rating, most probably this, let's say, amount will be the double one, i.e. something between 12, 14 to 20. Now, if you ask me, what we have seen so far, investors consider that Greek government bonds have already received the investment grade status even by Moody's. Everything is priced in. And there are concrete elements that I can prove this, i.e. the last two bond issuances that we did through syndications, we faced and we saw that we had an expansion of the investors base by 50%. The order books were extremely high as far as the orders is concerned, the amount, the total amount of the orders. We achieved, or we had the biggest issued amounts for both the 10-year and 30-year one. The 30-year, very challenging, let's say, and very tricky, sorry, bond issuance and maturity. Now, if you ask me, because I don't want to avoid, or I want to complete my answer, I do believe in investors' views. Let's take as an example the 30-year bond issuance. We issue this bond in an extremely volatile environment, rockets, missiles, et cetera, between Israelis and Iranians. We had the biggest ever order book. We issued a 3 billion bond issuance. The allocation was extremely good as far as the real money investors is concerned allocation. And we didn't have in place PPP. That means that investors voted that Greek government securities deserves having the BBB minus status provided by all rating agencies. So everybody is convinced. The missing part is Moody's to be convinced. I think it's a matter of time. On the other side, I'm not going to put a lot of pressure on my friend Colin.
That's clear. Declan, very quickly actually. In Greece, the question is often raised as to whether the high prices of products are now a result of either great inflation on the part of businesses or malfunction of the Greek market to the extent that it doesn't promote competition. What are your thoughts here?
Well, I think the good news is that I think the annual inflation rates from May and June are at 2.4%, so it's getting close to the ECB target. I think there is some component of core inflation, which indeed comes from regulatory barriers and let's say the absence of competition in some sectors. But I think that is not the main explanatory factor. Obviously, there's been the impact of energy prices. There have been supply-side bottlenecks. I think that is
even today.
Yeah. Well, they're obviously receding. And to be honest, I mean, when we look at inflation in Greece and I look at things like wage developments, sure, nominal wages have increased also in the public sector, also the minimum wage. But I mean, that has to be judged against or seen against the context of real wage declines over the past decade, and of course with inflation. So we really don't see any evidence that wages are sort of pushing or driving inflation. If you look at our indicators of competitiveness, what we see is we don't see a loss of cost competitiveness of Greece. We see gains in export market share across the world. So I think what we are really seeing is that if there is a competitiveness issue in Greece, it's really non-price competitiveness issues. So it's the regulatory issues we refer to. I think there obviously are some issues related to access to finance, some legacy issues, which Martin mentioned. And then I think a further issue, which will be increasingly important going forward, is on the labor markets and skills. And the need to sort of...
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, the ECB is on course to reverse monetary policy. How should the Greek banks prepare for the forthcoming reduction in the interest rates, if and when it is confirmed in practice?
I think that essentially Greek banks should continue to do what they have been doing. And I think it's prudent to assume that profitability will not always remain where it is now. Of course, it also hinges on the ability of banks to expand their loan portfolio, right? It's not just the margins, but also the volume of new loans and the ability of banks to do that in a sustainable way, allocating that credit in a sound way. So I think it's prudent to prepare for those scenarios. It's also important to prepare for a scenario in which, say, geopolitics and will create more macro volatility. So it's important to have sound buffers there, work on capital, strengthen capital, work further on digitalization. So I think that these are the type of things that banks should continue doing.
All right.
Colin, yeah.
Yes, have you finished?
No, that's it.
Okay. Colin, do you think that the international environment at this juncture has a positive or a negative effect to the Greek bonds?
I would actually say it's quite positive. And it's a bit weird, and I'll have to explain it. But, Martin is absolutely right. I'm spending far more of my time on geopolitics at the moment across the whole region than on economics and finance, because macro is almost starting to get a bit boring again. Inflation's almost back at target. Rates will be on the way down. But the thing that geopolitical risk does, or put it another way, the thing that risky geopolitics from countries does, is it raises uncertainty. And that means investors demand higher risk premia. It means the option value of weighting jumps. And so where you have pockets of certainty, they suddenly become relatively very attractive. And the thing about Greece that we've talked about repeatedly, I think we all agree on, is there is a lot of certainty about the trajectory for Greek refinancing needs over the next decade. We're on this very long odyssey, but we know that financing is already in place. We know it's a very gradual process of having to come back and basically refinance some of the official sector obligations on the market over a long period of time. And as long as Greece is meeting its fiscal requirements, which it is, in terms of the primary surplus basically being where it needs to be. So, the fiscal envelope is set. There are plenty of other countries where I'd love to see that, not including my own. That's a very strong and stable picture, provided everybody lives up to their obligations.
Right.
But they have been. Right. So I think that's a positive.
Dimitris, as the manager of the Greek debt, what is your greatest fear?
After 15 years deeply under the water, nothing. I'm afraid of nothing. Yeah, I think that due to the fact that Greece is proactive in all aspects, let me tell you that also given the solidarity provided by European institutions, the Greek and the European taxpayer, and I take this opportunity to say a big thank to all of these institutions and people. I think that now, that's why I wanted to start by elaborating and discussing about the future. Our political supervisors, my colleagues, my predecessors, and myself, we tried very hard. We have tried very hard since 2012, and we provided a window opportunity of at least one generation's time, i.e. a breathing space for the Greek society, the Greek political system, the Greek economy, to rethink, if you allow me to say, about our future. Now, since we have immunized all risks as far as the numerator of our problem is concerned, i.e. the Greek public debt, zero interest rate exposure, zero inflation exposure, zero FX exposure, since we have in place a very favorable structure of the Greek public debt, extended maturity, 20 years, our debt looks like a bond that matures in 20 years' time with a bullet repayment, with 1.5%, less than 1.5% coupon in fixed rate, full in fixed rate. So we have nothing to be afraid of.
All right. Thank you, Dimitris. A last question for Declan. There is an impression lately that probably there are delays in Greece in terms of absorption of the resources of the recovery fund. I'm mainly referring to the speed of disbursement to businesses. What is the picture that we get?
Well, I mean, I think the overall, excuse me, the overall picture in the implementation is pretty good. Greece received in total, I think, 36 billion euros under the recovery facility, half in the form of grants, half in the form of loans. The implementation on the loan side, most of which is going to reduce the borrowing costs through the commercial banks, is actually ahead of schedule. We have processed, we're in the process of looking at the fourth payment request on the grants, and we hope we will be able to finalize that probably in October, around October. And then we will move quickly to the fifth payment request. So in terms of submitting the requests, it's not quite on schedule, but it's picking up, and it's one of the leading countries. It is true that there have been some delays in the actual absorption of public investments, partly because of the impact of the energy crisis, inflation, supply-side bottlenecks. But I know the government is working intensively on that. To be fair, not all of some of these delays are due to factors outside of the control of the government. There is, occasionally litigation in courts. There have been supply-side bottlenecks. So I think it's a bit behind schedule, but I think we're confident that every effort is being made to accelerate. Can I just maybe come back to one point that Colin mentioned about having the factors, the elements of certainty going forward? I think there's one additional element I would like to add, and that's the certainty about the scale of funding to support investment that will come from the EU. So I mentioned there is 36 billion from grants and loans through the RRF, which is somewhere between 16 and 17% of GDP. There is also 21 billion euros from cohesion funds. So when you add that up, that adds up to somewhere between 25 and 26% of GDP, okay? And 18% of that is in the form of grants, so it's not, it's a transfer to Greece. Now, I don't have the exact figure on how much has been transferred to Greece. It might be 5-6 percentage points of GDP. So there is 12-13 percentage points of GDP available to support investment over the coming years for Greece, over the coming decade. And I think that, to me, is another source of certainty. So, Colin, no pressure. If you want to come back, you know what you have to do. So it's genuine uncertainty, and it also means that what we were discussing, the medium-term fiscal plan, I think we can have those discussions, which, they're challenging discussions on the composition of public finances, but in the knowledge that there will be material support for investment coming from the EU.
All right. Alphonse, we don't have more time. Thanks so much for your participation in this panel. Thanks for the audience for its attention. I think you will hear more about the Greek debt in the next panel. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Declan. That was great. Thank you, Martin. That was great.
We are all ready. Is Michael? Yes. Thank you for being with us. Following up a very interesting panel, I'm John Papageorgiou, EU Affairs reporter at Athens Radio and head of the Athens Digest. Many recipients here, as I can see. And we are going to focus on the Greek debt, building on the previous discussion. And as we have very limited time, I will kindly ask all speakers to be as comprehensive as it gets. And let me thank Julia Ledvai, the Mission Chief for Greece at the European Commission, Jung Sing Kang, the Mission Chief for Greece at the IMF, Paolo Fioretti, the mission chief for Greece at the ESM, and last but certainly not least, the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors here in Greece, Mr. Michael Argyru. Thank you for being with us. The discussion focuses on the Greek debt, obviously on the reforms needed, and we are going to have, as I can see, 2 rounds of discussion. So let's focus at the first one on the state of play, and then we can focus a bit on the reform agenda, which is much needed, necessary to maintain the momentum of the debt sustainability. Julia, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks, John, and thanks for the possibility to attend this fantastic conference again. So let me start with the positives, which have already been mentioned, actually. Well, many of my points have already been mentioned during the morning, but I will still go through. So Greece has obviously come a very long way since the sovereign debt crisis. And there was significant progress in addressing the economic and fiscal imbalances, thanks to all the structural and institutional changes that have been adopted, which has also been reflected in the resilience of the economy in the COVID crisis and the following crisis. And so last year, growth was at 2%, which is, as was mentioned already, well above the euro area average growth, and is forecast to remain around this value in this year and next. Also, the resilience of the Greek banking sector has significantly improved. The fundamentals of the banks have improved. The core profitability has been among the highest in the euro area last year. Asset quality has also improved, mainly thanks to the Hercules asset protection scheme. Non-performing loans went down from over 40% in 2019 to around 5% by end 23. So this progressive unwinding of imbalances has also been reflected in the falling sovereign spread, which since May 23 are below the Italian spread. And investors' confidence has also returned, which is also reflected in inflow in foreign direct investment to the country. So achieving investment grade status, not with Moody's, but with 3 other rating agencies, is of course a key milestone for Greece, and it signifies confidence in the country's economic stability and governance. And it's also a substantial boost for the Greek economy. Lower borrowing costs and increasing confidence allow for more investment, more job creation, and higher growth. So the critical question at this juncture is how sustainable these achievements are, and what remains to be done. Now, in the current volatile environment, I would not dare to make very big projections of growth because it's very difficult. But as I just mentioned, what we have seen is that the Greek economy has rebounded well from the pandemic slump. The growth potential has increased a lot compared to the past decade, but that means that it's currently at 1%, whereas it used to be in the negative realm. And that also means, though, that at 1%, there is not a lot of convergence to EU average, and even at the current growth rate of 2%, it will take a lot of time to catch up. So I think that's really the thing to work on. While cost competitiveness has improved a lot, the non-cost competitiveness, that is productivity, again, it was mentioned in several sections in the morning, there is ample scope to improve this. Now, this can, of course, and again, I will not be very revolutionary, regulatory environment, public administration, justice, tax administration, all the reforms in these areas need to continue. The same holds actually for the financial sector, which, as I said, has become much more resilient. But the level and the quality of the capital can still be increased, as can the long-term profitability of the banks, which actually, as Martin just said in the previous panel, last year's high profitability was mostly due to the margins. So it would be good to also increase the loan portfolio and to go into more lending to the economy. And then I would also stress, as Declan did, the employment and activity rate to tap the full capacity of the Greek population, female employment, but also education and the quality of healthcare, which are important. Now, all this, of course, was discussed in a volatile global environment. And as Alternate Minister Papathanasis also insisted, there is a continued need to pursue prudent fiscal policies, and it's welcome that this is high on the government's agenda. So, in conclusion, while Greece has made a substantial progress, the journey is far from over, and of course, the EU keeps supporting the Greek economy with RRF and other available funds.
Thank you, Julia. Junshik, your initial remarks, and if I may, incorporate the fiscal policy factor in your remarks.
Yes. Yeah, I think yesterday and today we already heard a lot from other distinguished speakers about very significant progress that this Greek economy has made over the last few years. For example, if I can give you a few numbers, real GDP has increased by more than 16% over the last 3 years, which is one of the highest in all around the world. And during this period, public finance have also notably improved over the last 3-4 years, with their primary surplus already reaching 1.9% of GDP. So on the back of this very strong growth, fiscal consolidation, and high inflation, public debt to GDP ratio has declined by already 45% of percentage point of GDP over the last 3 years, and we expect another 10 percentage point of GDP reduction this year. And if I understand correctly, this is one of the fastest pace in modern history. But at the same time, we all know, as we discussed this morning, that still the level of public debt still remains very high. And everybody agree that more efforts are needed to further reduce this level. Then the next question is how we can do that. Obviously, continued strong growth will help. But at this point, I want to emphasize that right policy mix is needed at this juncture, not only to ensure this public debt sustainability, but also to achieve high growth in a sustainable manner over the medium and long term. Then very next question is, then how we can deploy this fiscal policy to achieve these dual objectives, public sector debt sustainability and growth sustainability. It is our view that continued fiscal consolidation in a growth-friendly manner will help to achieve those dual objectives. Then let me elaborate what I mean by this growth-friendly manner. It includes two elements. First is the pace. Second is the composition. In terms of pace, I know that government plans to further consolidate this year to achieve higher than 2% of primary surplus. From our perspective, this pace of adjustment is very appropriate because given the very strong private domestic demand that we discussed this morning, thanks to the very robust employment in the labor market and strong investment growth based on the RRF funding and etc., we are of the view that this pace of fiscal consolidation will not derail the robust growth in the near term. At the same time, we are also of the view that maintaining that primary surplus at above 2% over the medium term will help to create some fiscal space for more important investment, including public investment, as we discussed yesterday, as well as for more digital and green transition, as we extensively discussed yesterday. Second, in terms of composition of the spending, we all agree, based on this morning's discussion, that despite very strong investment growth over the last few years, the level of public investment still remains low compared to other European peers. That means there is much more need to do more, to make more investment. But we know that at least over the next few years, RRF funding from European partners will finance significant share of those public investment in Greece. However, beyond 2026, 2027, it is inevitable that Greece should secure enough funding resources to continue to finance such a large investment need in this economy. At the same time, the critical social spending, such as education or healthcare, those are also still relatively low compared to other European peers, so that those spending should be protected or, if possible, should be expanded because those are the very critical element for inclusiveness of the growth based on other countries' experience, which is also very important for more sustainable growth going forward. So in sum, by conclusion, we are of the view that growth-friendly fiscal consolidation is very critical to achieve both fiscal sustainability as well as achieve higher growth in a sustainable manner going forward. Let me stop here.
Many thanks. Paolo, still a significant part of the Greek debt is in your hands. Yes, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's true. And I saw that you have showed the old picture of me without beard. I can reassure everybody it's me. No, I want to start from the title of the conference that says that we are here in search of opportunities. And this is the story I want to say is about an opportunity for Greece, the economy and society that comes from a virtuous cycle that started in the, to work in full in the last year. And this virtuous cycle, under the right conditions with the right strategy, I think will be able to create jobs, to foster growth, and at the end help reducing debt. I will try also to focus a bit and to reasoning about how the banks play a crucial role in this virtuous cycle. As you remember, in the past, the crisis, the engine of the crisis was a vicious cycle that started with an unsustainable fiscal position that triggered several downgrades to the very lowest level of investment grade scale, and this affected the value of Greek government bonds, so that there was a haircut, banks reported losses, so needed to go through several recapitalizations. In addition, then the necessary fiscal consolidation impacted on the economy, that Greece entered in a deep recession, NPLs surged, banks reported additional losses, and they had the balance sheet completely impaired. So now the situation is changed. It's completely changed because, we have discussed about the investment grade. And I think that apart the growth, but in the last years, Greece was consistent in having a strict fiscal discipline. This fostered growth and helped support the return to investment grade. Banks cleaned the balance sheet, reduced the NPLs, as my colleagues already said, and also now returned to profitability, now mainly for the increase in interest rates, but this shows how the situation has completely changed. Now, this has created a completely different environment, and the economy is growing, is an outlier, banks are doing well. This virtuous cycle, based on fiscal discipline, investment grade, banks returned to generate profitability, can help to unlock future growth, in particular when I think the RRF, the Recovery Resilient Plan, will end in 2006, if I remember. And they will, in this way, the banks will be able to return to finance the economy and support growth. But this, for me, as works, this optimistic story, or this virtuous cycle works under a few conditions. This is the strategy I meant. First, that the government has to continue to maintain fiscal discipline, and I know that they are committed to this. And The government continue with the reform to support the investment grade, because this is reaching the investment grade, as Mr. Tsakonas, Dimitris, said before, is just the first step. They have to aspire to have other levels of investment grades. And third, in particular, is for the banks to use this profitability to continue their transformation. And because they need to be transformed completely, not completely, but continue in their transformation to be able to adapt the changing world, the new reality, and they be able to finance the economy. In this way is, for me, the way to reduce debt.
I will ask you on this in the Q&A session. Michael, we may have your initial remarks. You are the internal perspective. So, the state of play.
Indeed. Thank you, Yanis. In a nutshell, I would say that so far we have done quite well, and that was by no means a foregone conclusion 5 years ago. Nevertheless, the country is in the middle of a journey, and the journey is not yet completed. Let me elaborate a little bit on the first part. Over the past 5 years, and especially after 2020, I think that Greece has indeed significant progress in terms of turning around the medium-term dynamics of the country. Let me recap on the main stylized facts, which have already been heard. Nevertheless, it makes no harm of repeating some of them. Clearly, the country has a high growth rate, both in terms of comparison with its own performance in the previous decade, but also in terms of the performance with peers over the last 3 years. The unemployment rate is declining, which is important both for economic as well as for social reasons. We have had, following the shock of the pandemic, a fast return to healthy primary surpluses, which of course are very important in terms of sending the right signals for the future. The volume of investment has been on the up. Here I would like to mention that based on the data from the Eurostat, Greece has the highest growth in terms of investment volumes over the last 5 years, starting from a low base. Nevertheless, investment volumes are up by 40% compared to 2019, including foreign direct investment, which has increased a lot. Banks have improved further their performance in terms of profitability, in terms of reducing imbalances such as NPLs and deferred tax credits. Importantly, the country has become much more extrovert. We export nearly 50% of our GDP now. 1 in 2 euros that we earn comes from sales abroad. That was 20% at the beginning of the Greek debt crisis, so a much more extrovert economy. Here I would like to say that the exporting story is even more interesting for 2 reasons. The first is the fact that we have a pretty diversified exporting basis. The majority of people who follow Greece have in mind that Greece exports tourism and shipping, which of course we do, and they are great industries and we will continue supporting them. But few people know that since 2020, for the last 4 years, we export more goods than services. So that's one thing. And the second thing is that these goods which we export also include an increasing volume of goods that are classified as high-tech exports. Now we export approximately 2 billion euros of goods which are classified as high-tech. Again, starting from a low basis, nevertheless, the trajectory is very good. So obviously, we have a lot to do on non-price competitiveness, but we already do something there which is good. So overall, the credibility of the country has improved. This is reflected in the lower cost of borrowing, of public borrowing. Growth, surpluses, lower interest rates, plus some tailwinds from inflation, I have to admit, have resulted into a major reduction in the Greek debt to GDP ratio. And that is also a very positive development. So overall, I would say that compared to 5 years ago, Greece has a growth trajectory which is satisfactory and more sustainable compared to the pre-crisis growth story of Greece. It is a much more extrovert economy. It is a more resilient economy in terms of the sources that it gets its income, because we get more income from the reindustrialization of the country. Probably it is not very well known that Greece is one of the few EU countries where the share of industry increases, both in terms of GDP as well as in terms of contribution to employment. All these are, of course, a very promising platform for the future. Now, about the future, I will make just a short comment here, and perhaps I can elaborate it a little bit further during our discussion. It is obviously important to maintain the fiscal and macro stability that we have achieved. But for me, John, now the next stage for Greece to continue growing and to achieve the real convergence to which Julia mentioned and referred to, the key is to improve the micro side of the Greek economy. This is the important thing for us to achieve real convergence. So the key word will be reforms. And this is why I tell you that the country is in the middle of a journey. There is a lot that has been done, but there is a lot to be done further.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for keeping your time. So we will have one round of questions, approximately 2 minutes for each one. You all referred to the current state of play of the Greek debt, its sustainability, some positive developments, many positive developments over the past years. However, maintaining this positive momentum requires a reform agenda. So I will ask you to prioritize the reforms that you think are more necessary and front-loaded. Julia.
Yeah, thanks. Well, as I already started mentioning, and fully agree with also what Michael said, so basically, increase the efficiency at the microeconomic level. And this is not a small challenge, actually, because this requires a lot of small reforms, a collection of small reforms that then reach a macro impact. We can talk about the investment licensing inspections framework reform that was initiated under the program, still ongoing, needs to be finalized, creating a stable regulatory framework and environment, further opening up regulated professions. Again, a lot has been done. Greece is still still below the OECD average, so still scope to improve. Then the institutional framework, increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of public administration. Now again, simplification efforts are ongoing, digitalization is ongoing, it needs to continue. And in the same vein, tax administration efficiency can be improved. Now, among the most frequently quoted obstacles to investment, we usually find the slowness and low efficiency of the judicial sector. So efforts in this area have to continue. Public procurement, which is regularly ending up in litigation, which is then slowed down again by the judicial sector. The speed of property transactions needs to increase, and I have big hopes that the cadastre will be finalized sometime in the coming year, and also that the Hellenic cadastre will be fully up and running by then. It's also important to strengthen competition and let the price signals work to their full extent, and to limit government interventions to really market failures, to let the markets work. And as I mentioned before, on the employment side, there is a lot that can be done to improve the employability of the active age population, to improve the skills of the active age population. So again, quality of education, Greece does not fare very well, or rather poorly, to be honest, in the PISA studies. So there is ample scope to improve that. And then also to improve the skill of the education to gear it to the labor market needs, really. And I also mentioned healthcare, which remains, I think, a bit of an area of construction, and there is also scope to improve that. Maybe just a final word.
Of course.
Adopting reforms and legislation is one thing, but I think what is really important and where Greece could improve its efforts is implementing and enforcing these legislations.
Thank you very much. The word implementation was a very popular word at the IMF back in the past decade. Jun Singh, the question is the same. Please focus a bit on the labor supply, which I know the IMF focuses on, and tax evasion, if I may say.
Yes. So yeah, I think there seems to be a consensus in this room over the last few days that remarkable progress has been made over the last few years thanks to the combination of the right policies and the resumption of structural reform after the decade of stagnation. And according to our estimate, finally, the potential growth rate of this economy turned positive in 2022 for the first time after the sovereign debt crisis. And this is on the rise. However, we also agree that it is too early to be complacent. We also agree. Why? Because there is a lot more to be gained. Even though the economic growth very strongly over the last few years, the per capita income in PPP terms in Greece still remain below the half of that in the United States and around 1/3 below the average of the Euro area. And even though we are all talking about very strong and very favorable near-term growth outlook over the next 2 to 3 years, we all know that there are several economic headwinds that this economy is facing. For example, we all know about negative demographic outlook. We all know about increased risk from climate change. At the same time, still, despite strong growth over the last few years, household savings still remain very low, and still level of public investment is still low compared to its peers. All of these factors are weighing on medium-term growth outlook. What it tells us is that this strong near-term growth momentum is the golden opportunity for this economy to accelerate much needed and ambitious structural reforms to lift this productivity growth and medium-term growth prospect. Julia already mentioned about good list of reforms that this economy needs, but let me pick 2 or 3 things very briefly. First, we need to increase labor supply. Second, we need to promote more competition in this economy. Third, we definitely need to strengthen the judiciary system reform. Let me elaborate all of these things very briefly, given the time constraint. First, we all know that working age population is now shrinking, and there are various estimates, but there is consensus that this declining labor supply will drag on growth by 0.5 to 1% per year going forward. Not a good news. However, there is also good news. There is still pool of untapped labor force in this economy. You all know about youth unemployment rate. We all know about elderly. We all know about female. Lessons from other countries in the world, not just in Europe, but in other parts of this continent, their experience show that we can design right policies to incentivize those untapped resources and bring them to the labor market. For example, in the case of female labor, if they need more child care facility for them to work during the daytime, we can build those facilities. We can provide affordable child care facilities. If we need to change our taxation regime to incentivize them to work more, we can do that. So we need to prepare, we have to design some policies to bring labor force, the untapped labor force into the labor market. Time constraint.
Actually, we have no time. If you want to add 1 sentence?
Just 1 sentence is, we all agree that we need more productive growth. Research shows that resource reallocation across firms is very critical to increase productivity of firms and also increase the total factor productivity of the economy. To do that, we need to improve firm dynamism. What I mean by that is we should facilitate regulation or further rationalize regulations to make it easy for the firms to enter the market and exit the market so that all those limited and valuable resources can be shifted or redistributed towards more productive firms. That will be very critical, and it is important to promote those competition to increase productivity.
Thank you very much. As the president of the Eurogroup is here, and in a few minutes he will take the floor, Paolo, just in a sentence, reforms needed in the banking sector.
Sorry?
Reforms needed in the banking sector.
I think we have, Greece has to reform the environment, the legal environment around the banking sector, where the banking sector operates. Mainly the judicial reform, justice reform, speed up the decision making, and the insolvency law to complete. I know that they are very close to complete it, to make it effective, that it's that work. Then are the banks that have also to continue their transformation, because the banks need to adapt to this changing world that is changing very, very fast in terms of risks, in terms of technology, and in terms of customer relationship. Because also with the social media, don't think that the relationship as we think it was with the banks and the depositors and the customer is as it is.
Thank you so much. Michael, apologies for taking your time. In bullets, 3 bullets. Prioritize 3 reforms, not that Greece should do, but Greece will do in the coming year.
Well,
or years.
There are a lot of reforms that will be done. Some have already been mentioned: justice, business regulation, as well as legal certainty for property rights and land users. But I would like to emphasize one thing. Of course, here the economics professor comes into play, but it is really an important point. If I were to name one area which will determine the future of this country for decades to come, that is education. I think that the future of the country, because there is a future of the country beyond this generation, is next generations, and the best thing we can do for the next generation is to give them good education, which will allow them to be productive and therefore earn good salaries for themselves. But also education promotes rationality and makes the political discourse much more consensual, and this is something which will definitely benefit the country in years to come.
Thank you so much, all of you, for your contribution. Thank you. John, you have the floor, and I think we will have to run a bit. Yes, of course.
Thank you very much, John. Great panel. Yes, we're sprinting towards the finish line. We're going to have a nice conversation now with Nikos Statopoulos. Welcome again, Nikos, from BC Partners Europe. Yeah, have a seat here. Nice to have you back with us again, Nikos. We're getting this annual kind of update from you. So first of all, you know, long-term investor in Europe over 40 years, your company. Where do we stand now with inflation, interest rates? How do you see things panning out now?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me again. As you said, it's becoming an annual tradition of joining your sessions. Well, first of all, it's clear that we're experiencing structural higher interest rates, and we've seen this at the moment across the board. Interest rates, frankly, we have been experiencing a decade or more than a decade of, I would say, abnormally low interest rates, and these abnormally low interest rates has led to very high multiples. High multiples have led to high valuations. So the world had been experiencing very high valuation environment, and now we're seeing an adjustment, I would say a reversion back to the mean. When I started investing, the interest rates were substantially higher than where we are today, and the environment in the last decade was more, I would say, more abnormal. That has led to effectively going to a pre-GFC environment where we are having lower interest rates than the peak, but still higher than we were used to. I think on inflation, we see the inflation has peaked, there's no doubt, but during its course of being so high, it did impact substantially commodity prices, it impacted costs, it impacted the profitability of companies, and I think we're all expecting that inflation will continue at a relatively higher level that we've been used to in the past, and naturally this will impact investment activity too.
Yeah, a bit stickier maybe in the US than Europe, and maybe even here, depending on some of the geopolitical headwinds. So, I mean, so how is this affecting the global investment climate? That's the main question, I guess.
It's difficult to price risk in this environment by definition because we've seen the change in activity. I think it does require, investing as always requires discipline, it requires conviction. There's no doubt that with this environment we'll have to be much more selective on the type of sectors that we invest. I think asset selection has become even more important this time around because you can't be bailed out by an increase in multiples on valuations because of low interest rates. So the assets that you buy and the selection that you make on the companies that you decide to invest is of paramount importance. For us, the focus continues to be on buying defensive growth businesses which are not cyclical but have more secular growth behind them. And I would say we have, in this environment, you have to reduce a bit your exposure into direct consumer type of businesses where the consumer who has this discretionary spending does unfortunately get impacted with this higher environment. I think, frankly, the geopolitical risks and geopolitical events do impact as well our investing activity, which was a bit not the case for many, many years. But we cannot ignore what's happening, of course, in wars in Ukraine and in Gaza. We can't ignore what's happening in elections. 50% of the world's population is going to the polls this year. Actually, our country, UK, is going to the polls as we speak today. But the US is going in November. But it's not just the UK and the US. A very large part of the population. As we've seen, governments and leaders of the world do impact decision-making, and they do impact policies, and these policies end up impacting actually the investment climate. So in this environment, I think we need to be much more agile, and we need to be much more alert on the type of industries and companies we invest in.
And what about Europe in particular, and how Europe is positioned geopolitically? Does that worry you? Are you concerned about Europe somehow being squeezed between these two other bigger blocks? Does that worry you? How do you see that affecting developments in the European economy going forward?
I'm not worried that Europe is squeezed between the two blocks. I'm more worried on the fact that Europe, from being a cradle of stability, frankly, and sort of democracy apart from everything else, has become more of a problem at the moment. And we see this in various ways. You see it, first of all, just the fact that we have a war happening in our own turf, in the European turf at the moment, for more than 2 years, should be a cause of concern. Brexit, actually, apart from creating a lurch, it has increased the sort of the nationalism effect, which we see it now, in my mind, spreading across some other European countries. And I think if you put together Brexit, the war, the energy crisis, a more general crisis of leadership that is being experienced at the moment in Europe, it is actually a cause of concern. And it's for the first time in the past, call it 30 years, I've been investing in our continent. I'm more concerned about how Europe is going to develop in that front. And I hope that it will come back to its old good days of being stronger as a continent. Because it's not a question of being squeezed, in my mind. It's the fact that Europe has become much weaker in the overall space and sphere of diplomacy, and certainly in terms of influencing what's happening in the rest of the world. So as an investor, it's impossible to ignore the fact that a lot of these exogenous effects are impacting the investment climate in the region.
Well, what about Greece? I mean, obviously Greece isn't insulated from what's going on in the rest of Europe, but it's become something of an outlier now with a more positive story. So, is it mainly opportunities now here for investors rather than, the risks that we've been talking about and problems all these years?
For all these years. Well, first of all, Greece has proven to be a great recovery story. There's no doubt. I think Greece has also become a much more of an outlier, not only on these things, but in terms of stability. And I would say also sort of the resilience that the country has shown. And that stability, sometimes we take it for granted, but as we've seen also in other economies, look what's happening in France at the moment or in other countries, that stability sometimes is massively underestimated. And I think the country has shown that it has proven to be much more stable and much more resilient than, frankly, a lot of its peers. I think what Greece also has is has substantially more growth reserves than some of the other countries. And that's why you see when you look at the GDP growth and other key indicators of the country, they're growing at almost double the pace of the rest of the European Union. And the reason is because it was coming from a lower base in a lot of cases. And of course, a lot of the initiatives that the government is taking in terms of reform, et cetera. So I think Greece has really become much more in the, I would say, in the core of investors' mind now as a European country with great human capital, which has a stable government, but also a stable economy. And you need both. Investors hate surprises, and when they have an economy that it's growing and it also has stability in terms of a political side, it really helps.
Okay, final question. The Mitsotakis government is a year into its second term, and I just want to give you 30 seconds to say what it's, from your point of view, what the reform priorities should be.
I think other people have spoken about reforms, so I'm not sure I need to elaborate too much on this, especially in 30 seconds. But I would say that the only thing I would encourage this government is continue to have the courage to act. I think the reforms that in the last 5 years the government has done have really been contributing to the growth of the country. It has really contributed to a lot of the things that were pathogens actually of this country. Justice that was mentioned before, bureaucracy and everything else are certainly should be at the top of the agenda. But for me, what's more important is for this country to change and really shift from being a recovery story to being a structurally growth story for the long term. And I think the momentum is behind Greece. The credibility is behind Greece. We've been discussing it for many years about what needs to change. There is a willingness and ability, especially of this government, to act. And I would encourage it to continue to find the courage to act, even also sometimes, which is not very popular, because what's been done is clearly creating that growth momentum and being able to attract foreign investment, which is so critical for a country of our nature.
Well, thanks very much, Nikos. Thanks for your insights, and I think that's a nice segue, this conversation, into our final session of the day and the final session of the conference. So thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure. Oh, I love it.
Thanks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yes, please stay in your seats because we've got a great final session. This is, well, it is the 4th of July, and to use a US sporting metaphor, this is when we bring in the closers, you know, the ones who are going to close this out and bring it home. So we've got a great panel now to do just that. So I'd like to introduce now Pascal Donoghue, who is the president of the Eurogroup and the Minister for Public Expenditure, National Development, Plan Delivery and Reform in Ireland. Thank you very much for being with us today, and please come and join me on the stage. Welcome. Next, of course, we have the Minister of National Economy and Finance of Greece, Kostis Hatzidakis. Please join me on the stage, Minister, and welcome. Great to have you at our event, as always. And we also have a representative, very important representative from the banking sector, Pavlos Mylonis, Chief Executive Officer of the National Bank of Greece. Welcome, Pavlos. So what we're discussing here is we're going to talk about Europe, and we're going to talk about Greece in the same conversation. And I guess we're going to focus on the state of public finances in Greece and Europe, but also, most importantly, on growth and what the growth outlook is for the region. So my introductory question for both of you is, in light of recent political developments, how do you see growth in Europe in the next few years, and what should the priorities be? Now, you may want to make some opening remarks to kick off the discussion.
Okay. Well, firstly, thank you very much for the introduction. It's great to have the opportunity to be here in Athens and to have the opportunity to talk about this really, really important topics. I would just open up by saying that growth needs to be the key priority from an economic perspective for the European Union in the time ahead. We have been extremely successful in our efforts to reduce inflation, even though the cost of living continues to be a challenge for households and businesses in Greece and in Ireland and across Europe. And there is a very big difference between inflation coming down and prices coming down. That being said, we have been successful in delivering a significant reduction in inflation over the last 2 years. Where we now stand is that even though we have avoided a recession as we reduced inflation, we now have a medium-term growth outlook for the European economy that is significantly below other trading partners and other currency zones across the world. And we need to refocus on how we can get our economy to grow. In terms of how we do that, I firstly want to underline the exceptional performance of the Greek economy over the last number of years, to say that since I became president of the Eurogroup and since I first visited Greece in 2020, the turnaround in the Greek economy, its exit from enhanced surveillance, its ability to bring down borrowing and return to growth that is now above the European average, is one of the standout and signature achievements of the euro area and Europe. I want to in particular acknowledge the really important contribution that Kostas makes in all of this, your finance minister, who not only represents the Greek economy with great insight and expertise in the Eurogroup, is also a very valued contributor to all of the big debates that we are having in the Eurogroup now. And in those debates that are focused on growth probably have 3 elements to them. The first one is, what are the right levels of borrowing? What is the right kind of budget policy we should have in the European Union in the years ahead? And in particular, how can we get the balance right between reducing borrowing after the pandemic and maintaining investment in a European, a Greek, and an Irish future? And that is why Next Generation EU is so important. And that is why it's so important that countries such as Greece, who were so successful in making the case for Next Generation EU, continue in their efforts to show that that economic decision has been a big success. And I want to recognize, of course, my former colleague, Christos Stachouris, that I know is playing a valuable role in the implementation of Next Generation EU within the Greek economy. Secondly, I'd have to highlight the importance of capital markets. The underdevelopment of capital markets within the European Union is a really significant area of competitive disadvantage, and we need to look at how we can improve our capital markets in Europe and how we can use our savings in Europe to contribute to economic growth in Europe. And then finally, it's the whole area of competitiveness. And there is a big discussion underway at the moment within the European Union about the Letta report, about the likely recommendations that Mario Draghi will bring that will again focus in on what are the decisions that we need to make to rebuild our competitiveness within Europe after years of dealing with the pandemic and while we are confronting a war. So I'd have to in particular highlight those three areas: capital markets, budget policy, a renewed focus on competitiveness to address Europe potentially underperforming in the medium term. But again, I have to recognize the exceptionally important work that the finance minister of Greece has done in ensuring now that Greek economic performance is now ahead of Europe, and in particular running a primary budget surplus and managing a high level of debt so successfully are really important political developments within Europe.
That's great. Thank you very much for kicking us off, and I'm going to hand over to the Minister now to make your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. I would like to welcome Pascal Donoghue to Athens. Pascal is a friend of mine, of Christos Taikouras, and above all, a friend of Greece. We have an excellent cooperation in the framework of Eurogroup, and will continue to do so. Thank you, Pascal, for your kind words as well. Now, allow me to switch into Greek for my introductory remarks, and then I'll switch into English as far as to the Q&A questions. Ladies and gentlemen, undoubtedly, the past 5 years have been the years in which Greece has not become a paradise, yet took huge steps forward. I can talk about exports, investments, particular indicators. I'll just use one example. More than 400,000 fellow citizens who were unemployed, now they have a job. No matter how you do the math, this is very, very important. Of course, there has been the inflation issue, both in Greece and across Europe, but even this challenge was something that these people would have experienced in a completely, in a worse way, should they had no work, no job, as it was the case until 2019. So that was not accidental. It was the outcome of a financial policy that brought together fiscal seriousness with a business-friendly approach. So this policy was implemented consistently for 5 years, and I believe that it has delivered some really important outcomes. Now, as a result of that, Greece has turned out to be a very positive surprise, and The Economist awarded the title of Economy of the Year for 2023 to Greece. And we also received the gold medal for the improvement of our business environment. I think this is the first point. Now, in this context, here in Greece and the European Union as a whole, should we underestimate the international challenges and turbulences? Of course not. Of course not. We have a set of challenges we have to take into account: climate crisis, demographics, migration, the drop of competitiveness and geopolitical tensions. At the same time, we have new points of uncertainty. So far, we've been talking about the US elections of November. Right now, in 3-4 days, we're going to have the French elections, and their results will be of our concern, of course. So what are the messages we take out of this? Actually, there are two messages. For Europe, Europe has to spend no time in taking care of its domestic affairs. The things that have to do with its strategic autonomy and competitiveness. And also, how is Europe to support the green and digital transition? How is Europe to handle the migration flows and the demographic challenge? And how is Europe going to make
its citizens feel that there's someone who does care for their daily lives and their future. So let's keep theories. Let's talk about practice now. In the case of Greece, regardless of what Europe will do, we have one specific job, which is to strengthen our resilience against challenges and uncertainties. Aiming at what? Aiming at closing once and for all the wounds of the past and converge with the European average. Because in the past 10 years, the Greek economy suffered a huge blow. And now we have to take certain steps fast enough in order to converge, given that we now have the basis and the foundations built in the previous 10 years and the progress accomplished in the past 10 years. So what do we do about that? We do three things, and that will be my ending note. A, we continue with our pro-growth reforms. Further improvement of the business environment, faster administration of justice, simplification of procedures, improvement of the framework, and further digitalization of the public administration, upgrade of the educational system. Let me remind you, we have a brand new law for universities coming from abroad, and acceleration of our green and digital transition. We are determined to move forward and turn all these things into practice. These are not just words, these are deeds. Now, second, actually in this context and with respect to our ministry, we will further cut down and fight tax evasion and combine that with further decrease of tax coefficients, because these two things may go hand in hand. Strengthening of our financial system for better financing our economy, diversification and modernization of our production model by providing additional incentives, lifting of barriers and fighting distortions, and best use of the funds coming from the EU, RRF and NSRF, plus a comprehensive plan for full utilization of public property and public assets. So, I talked to you about the government and the Ministry of Finance. These are the main steps we will take in order to further improve the business environment. Second thing, and this relates only to the Ministry of Finance, wise fiscal policy, which is a prerequisite for whatever we do for our economy, and this will be reflected on the fiscal structural plan that will be submitted to Brussels. This will reflect our commitment to prudent fiscal policies. Second, implementation of a socially just fiscal policy. What does this mean? It means that since last summer, we immediately implemented 50% of our financial agenda when it comes to the public finances. We increased the wages of public servants for the first time after 14 years. In the 2025 budget, we will have a set of interventions, for instance, further decrease of social contribution fees and the eradication of the so-called free traders fee or tax. By the end of the year, we're going to have some more steps to take that relate to our housing policies. And we will also have the first tender for the so-called social scheme for the land for apartment arrangement, freely translated. We do that in collaboration with TAIPED and with the European Commission, and we'll do though in a different format of the previous scheme, Spitimu, my home, as it was translated. We will also have a new intervention in our benefits scheme in collaboration with the Ministry of Family and Social Cohesion. We will not change the budget, but the allocation will be more just so that we will avoid any abuse of in the use of benefits, so that the benefits reach the pockets of the people who are truly in need. And some specific actions for the demographics. We have an acute problem. In the first 4-year term of ours, we took some initiatives the most iconic of which has been the birth benefit. Now we are determined, to the extent possible, and given our budget constraints, we will proceed to this direction because this is a major national concern. So these are my first introductory remarks, and I would like to thank you once again for your patience.
Well, thanks very much, Minister, for that. Let me turn to you now, Pavlos, and tell us how you see the role of the banking sector going forward in supporting growth in Greece.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the Economist for once again organizing a landmark conference, bringing great speakers and stimulating important discussion on topics not just for Greece but for the world. So congratulations. Now turning to the question, the Greek economy picking up speed and what can banks do? Just a few remarks first on the Greek economy. Greece has experienced a fourth year of economic overperformance relative to the euro area. More importantly, the recovery is maturing, becoming more sustainable, and growth is more broad-based. There exist several important growth catalysts which should support robust growth in the years to come. Let me just mention a few. Backloaded RRF-related capex, a strengthened labor market, as mentioned by the Minister, steadily improving fiscal position, recovery in the euro area with monetary policy beginning to normalize, a competitive economy capable to attract foreign investment and to gain export market share, and finally, an underleveraged economy with a healthy banking sector which has the capacity and the desire to finance investment. Investment, it's key. It continues to accelerate despite the restrictive monetary policy environment. FDI remains strong, and in 24 will be at a record high, close to 3.5% of GDP. R&D spending is a great part of investment, which increases the quality of investment. And we've closed the gap with the EU on R&D by 50% in the past few years. All in all, the consensus has confidence in the short-term growth prospects of Greece, and rightly so. However, real convergence to EU, which is our goal, still needs significant effort. Increasing long-term growth potential while achieving a balanced and inclusive path of economic development is far more challenging task, requiring significant structural change, as the Minister has already mentioned. Let me say a few words on the role of banks in this effort as I see it. Banks historically play a key role in linking macroeconomic progress with microeconomic decisions, optimizing capital allocation. Currently, Greek banks are in the best shape ever, I dare say, and are well prepared to redefine their role in the ongoing economic transition of the country. Let me be specific. First, Greek banks are outperforming by far on conventional metrics. They have strong capital and liquidity positions, buoyant return on equity, and non-performing assets close to EU peers. They're performing their classic financial intermediary role successfully. Specifically, net credit flows have been equivalent to 10% of GDP during the past 4 years, outperforming the euro area average by a wide margin. In fact, according to the ECB's SAFE survey on the access to finance of enterprises, the financing gap of businesses is at its lowest point since the beginning of the Greek crisis, while the ECB Bank Lending Survey points to pre-crisis highs in loan approvals ratios for households. Moreover, Greek banks have already successfully allocated nearly 1/3 of RRF loans, that's 18 billion, approved for Greece. Finally, the financing of many complex projects has surged, leading to the upgrade of critical infrastructure, as well as a plethora of large energy projects, helping Greece become a regional energy hub. But the new model the Greek banks are aiming at is more ambitious. Greek banks aspire to play a bigger role in shaping a more competitive, but also knowledge-based and inclusive growth paradigm. Their own transformation achieved during the decades following the economic crisis provide a roadmap for how to manage change for their clients and for the economy as a whole. Again, let me be more specific. Banks have been at the forefront of prompting the use of cashless payments, leading them to increase rapidly in a very short period of time, up by a factor of 9, with such payments now exceeding the European average. Importantly, the use of cashless payments has played a significant role in reducing shadow economic activity and tax evasion. Second, banks have made unprecedented IT investments amounting to several hundreds of millions of euros per year to modernize their infrastructure, to digitalize banking services, thus leading to the digitalization of many of their clients and the economy. We have upgraded our human capital in order to meet rapidly evolving corporate customer needs. In fact, it pains me to say that we are becoming a source of hires for much of the other sectors of the economy. We have encouraged SMEs to seek formality and undertake healthy expansion plans. We have promoted financial literacy to help individuals make informed investment decisions, overcoming the risk aversion due to the past experiences from macro instability, thus increasing savings as well as encouraging more efficient wealth allocation. Finally, we're playing a leading role in ESG adoption as an accelerator of energy transition, prompting our clients to adopt emission-reducing projects. To conclude, the economy is at an important turning point, shifting from recovery to structural advancement. Envisaged government reforms will play an important role going forward, but the private sector must pick up its game and restructure the way it operates, and I believe the Greek banks are well advanced on their journey and will be change leaders in the years to come.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, we've got about 20 minutes now for discussion, and there's a lot to talk about. So Pascal, you set out as you see it, the three important issues here. So I wanted to start with the last one that you spoke about, competitiveness. We had the pleasure of having Enrico Letta here on Tuesday evening in discussion with Prime Minister Mitsotakis. That's a hot topic. It's been a hot topic at this event. And as you say, it's a hot topic at the moment in terms of discussions in Europe. So, I wanted to ask you really to say what you take from that report. It's a big report. There's a lot in there, a lot of new ideas. What would you pull out as the most important ones in terms of addressing this competitiveness gap between Europe and, say, the US, but also Asia, and also in terms of addressing this gap between the kind of political mainstream, if we want to call it that, and the citizens who are voicing their discontent? What can you take from that from the report to address those two big issues?
Great. So in many ways, the most important idea in Mr. Letta's report might not be the most original, because his report reminds us of the unfulfilled potential of the single market of the European Union and how it can be deepened further, particularly from a digital perspective and from the perspective of capital markets. And he relates the potential underperformance of the European Union in the years ahead to our continued inability to realize that potential. And while it might be a familiar argument, I believe the Letta report has given us additional weight and even punch at an important time. For me then, about how you relate that to the people that myself and Kostas represent, it is actually in the opening comments that were made by your finance minister, by Kostas, when he opened up by emphasizing the incredibly impressive performance of the Greek economy with regard to employment. And I believe relating those big macro ideas back to the tangible, practical experience of, do you have a job, and does that job pay you enough to help you have a good standard of living? And the ability of politicians of the centre, like myself and Costas, to make that link, to me, is critical in the future health of the European political centre.
Yeah, and can you relate that, just I'd like to hear, as from an Irish background myself, from what's happening in your own country, in your own economy?
We can indeed. I mean, we've had European Parliament elections and the local elections a couple of weeks ago, in which the political centre grew.
Yep.
If you look at European Parliament level, the number of MEPs that are in the Christian Democrats, Social Democrats, and Renew Party have now grown. And the parties of the centre in the local elections did well. Now, as you'll know, with an Irish background, we have many difficulties and many things we need to do a lot better on in Ireland. But as Costas did at the start of his contribution, relating back these ideas to the bread and butter reality of, do you have a job? Is it a good job? Does it help you pay your rent? Can you pay your mortgage due to that job? I think is the golden thread that politicians like myself need to be able to better communicate.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm going to come back to the capital markets and investment issue, but I'm going to turn back to you, Costas, now. You outlined the priorities for the second administration of the government, and just wanted to ask you to say a bit more about your own ministry and the policies that you're going to be, and main initiatives that you're going to be pursuing in the next 12 months in order to pursue that, and obviously to reflect on anything that Pascal had said as well.
Thank you. I'll try to be very concrete. First of all, we'll try to step up the implementation of the tax reform we adopted with 11 different initiatives last December. We believe that by implementing this reform, we will have the necessary fiscal room at the end of the day to further reduce taxes in Greece. Secondly, we will try, Mr. Mylonas, to complete the disinvestment of the state from Greek banks. That has to do with the Attica Bank and the creation of the so-called fifth pillar in our banking sector, but also to deal with the pending issues regarding the stake of the state in NBG, National Bank of Greece. Thirdly, we are going to pursue our ambitious legislative agenda. In particular, there are 4 bills which are currently being drafted. The first aims to improve the functioning of capital markets in Greece by strengthening the supervisory authority and by making the Athens Stock Exchange more attractive. It is important for our enterprises, especially for the SMEs and their financing needs. Don't underestimate that. The second aims to simplify the legal framework for mergers and acquisitions by adopting the necessary tax and financing incentives. We have to incentivize our small companies to scale up, let's say, on a voluntary basis, of course, but we must not neglect this problem. The third aims to reform the rules pertaining to public investments by modernizing the public investment framework and by making it more transparent. And the fourth aims to fundamentally transform the Hellenic Corporation of Assets and Participations, the HCAP. It is an important reform that will change drastically the image of HCAP Today, it is perceived by many Greeks as the fund of our creditors. It will become a fund contributing to growth in Greece. That's why we create a new sovereign fund in Greece, following the example of many other countries, including Ireland. And of course, we are going to change the model the subsidiary companies of this fund are operating, following the successful reforms we adopted in the main electricity company in Greece, PPC. This is the essence of our interventions in the next 12 months, as far as the Ministry of Economy and Finance is concerned.
And that new fund, Sovereign Wealth Fund or Investment Fund, that will be launched in autumn, is it? Is that
our aim is to vote this new bill, the draft law, by the end of July, and then we'll have the necessary preparations, and I think that we'll be in a position to launch this fund the 1st of January 2025.
Okay, thank you. So turning to you, Pavlos, so the Minister's already kind of introduced the question really about plans for disposing of the remaining stake in the National Bank of Greece. I think 18.4%, is that what's left? Correct. So what can we expect? Is it?
We'll see the exact model, the right timing, and so on.
Okay.
I refer to the general
idea
within 2024, of course.
Yes, yes. So, well, I suppose I was going to ask, you know, okay, maybe I can't ask more than that, but whether we're looking for a strategic investor or there's not really any particular model that we're looking at.
The investor is the state.
Yes.
They decide what they want to do with their share. We are executors, so.
Okay, but yeah, obviously we're not going to confine you to talking about that. But you know, in previous sessions, I don't know if you were here, Pavlos, there was quite a lot of talk about things that can be done in the banking sector to strengthen it further, improve resilience and exposure to shock. So it'd be good to hear a bit more from you about what would you see as the most important things?
I think most of it has been done. If there's one sector that has gone from horrible shape to very good shape in the past few years, it's the banking sector. Clearly with the help of the state, clearly with the help of own resources in terms of selling subsidiaries and using pre-provision profit for the past 10 years to clean up the NPEs. But currently, the capital ratios are, if not the highest, among the highest in Europe. Liquidity is, we have loads of liquidity. So the classic two items of a balance sheet that a bank needs to have are there. We are becoming more efficient in terms of we have the resources now to invest in our IT. We're becoming more modern banks in the way we operate. 98% of transactions are now done outside branches, and we keep trying to get our customers to become more digitalized, as I said in my introductory remarks. So I think I don't see anything on the horizon that can really change the stability and the security of the Greek banks for the moment.
Well, just to ask one question, and it was something that I was thinking about and it came up earlier, which is that the net interest margin of Greek banks is one of the highest in Europe. You know, do you think that's creating some kind of investment gap or limitation?
We have sort of a split personality, if you want. On the asset side of the balance sheet, competition is fierce. Spreads have come down. We are now, despite the rating of Greece being significantly below the European average, though catching up, our spreads, our loan spreads on corporates and mortgages are less than, say, I would say 35, 50 basis points different. The excess liquidity on the other side of the balance sheet does not tend to lead to strong competition. People comment on on the low cost of funding, but if you look like for like, apples with apples, time deposits with time deposits, and savings deposits with savings deposits, we're not that far from the European average. Greeks have a tendency to keep their funds in low interest-bearing current accounts, despite the fact that there are mutual funds that bear good yields and time deposits that bear good yields as well. So it's a mix effect rather than a difference per product effect. But clearly, yes, we have a solid NII.
Okay, I know, Pascal, you've got a meeting in a few minutes. I don't know if you know that, but you have. And
I didn't.
Okay.
I knew I had a meeting later on.
Okay, I'll let you know. That's to let you know. So I'm just going to take advantage of having you here to say a little bit more about capital markets, because obviously this is banking union as well. This is something that's been under discussion for such a long time. It seems to be, kind of becoming more urgent all the time. So, can this actually happen, and how can it happen?
Yes, it can. And firstly, we have made progress, but we have not made anywhere near as much progress as investors want and as we should have. The reason why we will make further progress in the time ahead is the simple reality that finance ministers have to borrow less but have to fund more. So Kostas, every other finance minister in the European Union has to reduce borrowing, and at the same time our economies expect us to be able to become more digital. Our societies and our climate requires us to become greener, and many economies need to spend more in defence. And the best hope we have of reconciling those two forces that are going in opposite directions is how we make better use of capital markets in the European Union. Mm-hmm. So for reasons of necessity, in the next number of years, we will take a big step forward.
Okay, great. Minister, did you want to add anything on that?
I absolutely agree. Instead of dragging our feet, we have to proceed with all the necessary decisions. We have the capital, the necessary capital in Europe, provided that we'll use it. Now, the capital works to the benefit of other countries. You imagine what I mean. So we have to adopt the necessary initiatives as soon as possible. Greece has not the size, of course, of Germany, France, or even the Netherlands, but we're determined to have an active role as regards this issue, because it is a key problem for Europe. The Letta report takes seriously into account this issue. I'm sure the Draghi report will focus on that. There is a majority of member states supporting the need for having a real capital markets union in Europe. Those having reservations or lagging behind must understand that we have to act and act rapidly.
Thanks. Pavlos, did you want to add anything on this matter?
I think that it's a minister's matter, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay, we've...
I don't disagree, but...
We're actually then going to bring this to a close because we have lunch. We actually haven't had lunch, and we want all of you to join us at that lunch. So please join me in thanking our three final closers speakers. And as chairman, I would just like to say a few thank yous. I would like to thank all our speakers over the past 3 days. I'd like to thank very much all our sponsors, without whom this event would not be possible and would not be so successful as it is and has been all these years. So thank all of you. Thank you to our audience, to all of you who've attended the event over the past few days. It's been great having you here with us in Athens. I hope that you've enjoyed the discussions and enjoyed all the informal networking outside of the room as well. Thank you to the translators, to the photographers, to my fellow moderators, Daniel and Alistair. And finally, I think everybody should give a big round of applause to Nectaria and her brilliant team, who work incredibly hard, for many months to put this together, and who spend 3 days getting about 3 hours sleep, I think, every night. So thank you, Nectaria. Thank you to all the team. It's been great being here once again in Athens, and we'll be back next year. So let's go to lunch.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why? Why?
Why?
¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
大家无私的梦，
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Από τα εργαστήρια των φαρμακείων δημιουργούνται βιοτεχνίες και μικρές παραγωγικές μονάδες. Όλες οι πρώιμες προσπάθειες για τη δημιουργία μιας έστω υποτυπώδους φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας είχαν ως πρωτεργάτες επιφανείς καθηγητές της χημείας και της φαρμακευτικής. Στις αρχές του 20ου αιώνα, ελονοσία και χολέρα ταλανίζουν τη χώρα. Η παραγωγή και η διάθεση κινίνης αποτελεί διεθνούς επίπεδου πετυχημένη πρωτοποριακή ρύθμιση, ενώ ο στρατός κατάφερε τη μαζική παραγωγή αντιχολερικού εμβολίου, το πρώτο βιολογικό φάρμακο κατά τη διάρκεια των Βαλκανικών πολέμων. Οι Έλληνες επιχειρηματίες τολμούν. Νέες βιομηχανίες δημιουργούνται συνεχώς. Πριν 90 χρόνια ξεκινά η δημιουργία του πρώτου σωματείου που καταλήγει στην Ένωση Ελλήνων Βιομηχάνων Φαρμακευτικών Ειδών, που διαθέτει, διαφημίζει φάρμακα και εξακολουθεί να αναπτύσσεται, έτσι ώστε κατά τον Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο επιτυγχάνεται πλήρης κάλυψη των αναγκών του στρατού και του Ελληνικού Ερυθρού Σταυρού σε θρησκεία, ενέσιμα και επιδεσμικό υλικό. Αρχές δεκαετίας του 50, με την ανασυγκρότηση του κράτους, μετονομαζόμαστε σε Ένωση Φαρμακευτικών Εργαστηρίων και θεμελιώνουμε τη νέα οικονομική φυσιογνωμία της Ελλάδας με την ανάπτυξη και τη δημιουργία της σύγχρονης φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. «1971» και καταλήγουμε στη σημερινή μας μορφή, την Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, της οποίας οι άνθρωποι ηγούνται της νέας προσπάθειας. Στοχεύουν ψηλά. Και με την ευρωπαϊκή ολοκλήρωση το 1992 πυροδοτείται η εξέλιξη. Η έρευνα και ανάπτυξη καινοτόμων φαρμάκων, η κατασκευή νέων μονάδων, ο εξυγχρονισμός γραμμών παραγωγής εντείνεται. Όπως και η αέναη προσφορά στον άνθρωπο, την κοινωνία, την επιστήμη, την οικονομία και την Ελλάδα. Όπως καταλήγει ο καθηγητής Εμμανουήλ στην ιστορία της φαρμακευτικής το 1948. Η σύγχρονος βιομηχανία των φαρμακευτικών ειδών ενίσχυσε σημαντικώς των εθνικών οικονομικών παράγοντα και επευλήθη εις των ιατρικών κόσμων, θέλει δε επιτελέσει αξιοθαύμαστους προόδους, διότι υπάρχουν τα πνευματικά και τα ηθικά κεφάλαια, αρκεί το κράτος να επιδείξει προς αυτήν στοργήν και αρρωγήν. Αυτή είναι η ιστορία μας. Αυτή είναι η Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. Our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
We are behind the transformation of DEPA into a modern, vertically integrated energy company, but also behind long-term contracts with suppliers, thus ensuring the country's energy security, and the renegotiation of contracts to secure even more favorable terms for our customers and the national economy. We are also behind curbing energy costs for households and businesses. We lead important international projects that turn Greece into a natural gas hub in Europe. We are behind a green future by investing in RES projects, green fuels and modern gas-fired power generation. We are behind Physicon, the only nationwide network of CNG stations spreading the environmental and economic benefits of natural gas mobility across the country. We are behind everything that drives energy forward. DEPA Commercial Group.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionize the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonization, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
Hi, we are the Wilfrid Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings. Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfried Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
People are excited about what AI will do for them. We're excited about what AI will do for business. Meet the Watson X assistants. AI designed to multiply output by automating tasks. When you Watson X your business, you can use AI assistants to help coders code faster, customer service respond quicker, and employees handle repetitive tasks in less time. Let's create AI assistants that transform business with Watson X. IBM, let's create.
Υπάρχουν πολλές δυνάμεις που κινούν τον κόσμο. Γι' αυτό και στην Ideal Holdings έχουμε δημιουργήσει με κριτήρια βιωσιμότητας ένα χαρτοφυλάκιο με διαφορετικές επιχειρήσεις, που όλες όμως έχουν ένα κοινό. Δύναμη με τα πολυκαταστήματα Άτικα, τον απόλυτο shopping προορισμό με την Byte, μία από τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες πληροφορικής στην Ελλάδα. Με την Αστήρ Βιτόγιαννης, πολυεθνική δύναμη στην κατασκευή μεταλλικών κομμάτων, και την Άντακομ, με δυναμική παρουσία στον χώρο της κυβερνοασφάλειας και των ψηφιακών υπογραφών. Ideal Holdings, ελληνική εταιρεία συμμετοχών.